Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Shadow Spy? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya is a boy who dreamed too brightly for the world he lived in. Hopeful emerald eyes, a heart that couldn't help but smile at people. A kid who wanted, more than anything, to save others the way his idol did. Izuku always felt a deep, gaping emptiness inside himself. An aching wanting for more, for a connection. He'd always believed that once he became a hero, once he saved people, and once everyone finally understood he wasn't useless, then that emptiness would fade. Except, sometimes Izuku would lose hope, sometimes that hole was so deep that it swallowed everything Izuku cared about. Like right now when all he wanted to do was disappear. Izuku scrambled backwards, his spine thumping against the dirty plaster of his classroom walls. 3 bullies loomed over him, their shadows blocking out the light of the classroom. Each one had a sadistic grin on their faces, though Katsuki's bloodthirsty grin had to be the worst. Don't even think about going to UA, you hear me you quirkless reject. Katsuki sneered at Izuku, his voice rough and condescending, though there was a passion behind it that the blonde only reserved for heroism. WL being a hero's been my dream since I was little, so of course I'm gonna tear dash, Izuku tried to argue, but he wasn't good at it, he never was. His tone always came out meek and quiet, more like he was trying to convince himself, let alone convince the bullies. The squeaky voice crack he'd had didn't help. If you really want to be a hero so badly there actually might be another way. Just pray you'll be born with a quirk in your next life and take a swan dive off a roof. Katsuki leaned down over Izuku while saying it, whispering it in his ear. Izuku shuddered at the warmth of Katsuki's breath over his skin, his chest squeezing painfully at the harsh words. Katsuki straightened and yanked Izuku's notebook from his desk, the sickeningly sweet scent of nitroglycerin wafted from it and into Izuku's nose. Before he could stop the bully, popping sounds came from Katsuki's hand. The notebook singed and burned under the wrath of the quirk, the pages ruined. Katsuki then tossed it carelessly aside, letting it tumble through the window and fall to the ground below. Kaken really mean that? Izuku's stomach churned at the idea. Katsuki had been Izuku's friend since they were kids, albeit their friendship had dissolved the second they got their quirks, or the second Izuku didn't. Kaken had suicide baited him. Was being quirkless really deserving of such treatment? Izuku stood up numbly, lost in his own swirling thoughts. How could Kaken say something so mean? Izuku wanted to make Katsuki see that Izuku could still be a hero. He wanted to scream, he wanted to lash out, he wanted to cry, but he was just deluding himself. Izuku was really just tired. A deep exhaustion rooted in his soul. He was so FNG tired of being bullied and cast aside just because he was quirkless. That emptiness inside welled up, swallowing him whole. His lungs couldn't SCK up enough air, his vision felt gray and damp, like someone had put a blanket over the world, dimming everything but his despair. His throat was starting to choke up and his eyes burned. He stood up silently, not even bothering to dust the grimy powder on his shirt off. Izuku shuffled past the desks, hardly noticing them. Mostly, he focused on keeping hot, wet tears from spilling down his cheeks like the weakling, no, like the Deku he was. As he stepped out into the hallway, his body felt so numb and tired and empty. He couldn't even bring himself to cower away from other students. Other students whispered to each other, shuffling out of his way like he was diseased. Stepping silently across the halls, he tossed Katsuki's words around his mind. Maybe he should jump. It would certainly be easier than getting bullied for the rest of his life. Izuku couldn't think that way. He'd train and work hard and get into UA, the same school as All Might. Then he'd be a hero and show everyone what a quirkless person could do. Izuku tried to smile at the thought. But his lip quivered and the deep emptiness tugged his lips back down. He opened the rusty doors of the school with a groaning creak. The light slowly got less harsh and more faint as he stepped out of the hallways, leaving the off-white halls for muddy dirt. The ground was turned up from the stampede of students that had crossed here after the final bell. He paused, looking down to see a dirty, clouded koi pond with sad, skinny koi fish. Clearly the club in charge of the koi had been slacking off. The starved koi were nibbling on singed, soaked pages. Izuku crouched down, reaching into the pond, shivering as the cold water soaked his sleeve. He lifted his soggy notebook out of the disgusting water, frowning at the mucky slime coating it. Would you look at that? He didn't want to say the next words in his mind, but the self-deprecating thoughts were already coming out. Like usual, his mouth never listened to his brain. My dreams have become fish food, that's all they're good for. He shook the notebook out in the air, a hopeless attempt to salvage the book. Small droplets scattered off the pages, glinting in the light, though the notebook remained thoroughly drenched. Izuku walked through the dark paths he usually took home. They were filled with cracked plaster and cheap metal fencing. The unused street, if you could call it that, was eerie and poorly lit from how few people walked on it. That was the exact reason why Izuku chose this place as his path home. It was less crowded so none of his bullies from school would chase after him here and hurt him. At least, they hadn't so far. The wind blew through the metal wires of the fences, creating an obnoxious whistling sound that filled his ears. It drowned out any hope of being a hero and achieving his dreams, leaving that suffocating void in his heart. Izuku must have been so wrapped up in his thoughts that he hadn't even noticed when he walked under a dark bridge. Hadn't noticed as the air shifted and grew damp, almost thick like you would find in a mossy forest. So distracted in his own hopelessness that he hadn't noticed a dark green sludge dripping over his head until it was too late. The sludge monster's thick, heavy goop encased Izuku's head. It blocked what little light that was in the dark tunnel, leaving Izuku to flounder around with no idea what his attacker looked like, only what it felt like, and oh how horrible it felt. The sludge was coating onto his body and leaving a sticky texture behind. That kind of oily coating you got from touching the greasy, raw fat part of a steak that nobody ate. The worst part had to be how it felt in his throat. The sludgy quirk shoved its way down his throat, clogging up any room where air would have gone. It tasted like mucky sewage and roadkill, ruining what precious air he had in his lungs with its foul taste. Izuku's vision was going dark. He had to act quickly if he wanted to live. He brought his hands up and clawed desperately at the sludge around his mouth. He tried to grab it and yank it away, only for his hands to sink into the muck, coating themselves in that horrible, sticky ooze. He pulled and ran his hands through the slime violently and quickly as he had ever pulled at something in his life. He needed air, now. His body tried to suck in more air, only to inhale more of that nauseating slime, letting it clog his airway even more. He coughed on it, choked on it until his vision went black. Maybe if he had a quirk he wouldn't be so useless. Maybe he could have fought off this villain. If he had friends someone would be here to help him, but no. After all, he was just a useless, quirkless Deku. Izuku gasped for air, letting oxygen return to his lungs. His vision was still blurry and everything was foggy, as though he'd just woken up from a nap. He supposed he had woken up from a nap that he likely shouldn't have woken up from. But where was the sludge villain? Shouldn't Izuku be dead by now, unless a hero had saved him? Haha, worry not, young boy, for I am here. That voice. A loud, booming voice that filled the small, dark tunnel. The voice of Izuku's dreams. All Might. No way. All Might? Izuku cried out, scrambling to his feet and running up to the hero. All Might turned back and flashed him his signature grin. The same comforting smile that Izuku dreamed of having. A smile that made you feel safe no matter how perilous your situation was. Yes, it is me. Now, I do hope you have a good day. Try to stay out of trouble, but I really must get going. All Might started to lower himself, coiling up his muscles to prepare for the giant leap that he would make to send him back to his agency. Except Izuku couldn't just let him leave. There were so many questions he had for him. Like what his quirk was, why he wasn't telling the public about it. Or why did he come back to Japan and not just stay in the US where he debuted? Or why he was wandering around the back alley Izuku had been in? Or if someone quirkless could be a hero. That thought lowered Izuku's shining spirits. He had to ask, he couldn't watch as his only verification for his dreams jumped away. So when All Might was about to leave, Izuku reached out and grabbed onto the older man's leg as tightly as he could. Wind wailed in his ears as he flew up into the sky. It pulled at his skin, his eyes, his mouth, almost like it was trying to tear them off. He tried to escape in a breath, only for wind to rush forcefully into his lungs, making him cough, nearly causing him to lose his grip on All Might's calf. Young boy, you really shouldn't have done that. Keep your eyes and mouth closed, or you'll get bugs in them. I'll find a rooftop to drop you off on. All Might exclaimed as he looked down at the terrified Greennet who refused to let him leave. Doing as instructed, Izuku clamped his mouth and eyes shut, squeezing them closed as tightly as he could. He hugged All Might's leg, terrified of losing his grip and falling down the long, long fall below. This was really stupid. At last there was a loud thud as All Might landed on a random rooftop. Izuku let go, his arms trembling as he lifted himself off the dusty ground. He shook out his limbs that were still buzzing from clinging so tightly. Knock on the door there, someone should let you in. Now I'm really out of time. All Might was about to jump away, again. W8. Izuku squeaked out, causing the legendary man to stop. It's always been my dream to be a hero, but... Memories flashed through his head as he squeezed his eyes shut so All Might wouldn't see his tears. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you're quirkless. You should probably give up on being a hero. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry. What can you do? You're quirkless? Always no, always you should try something else. Always it's too dangerous. Never yes. All Izuku needed, just for one person to tell him yes. For his hero to tell him, yes, you can save people. Even if I don't have a quirk, can I still become a hero? He cried desperately. Say yes, please. Even if it was a lie, he would finally have something to cling to. Something to keep him going. His usually shining heart wasn't sure it could survive. His hopeful eyes weren't sure they could stay hopeful. He just needed this. That was it, and he'd work harder than ever to achieve his dream. All Izuku Midoriya wanted wa. Without a quirk? Izuku froze, but before anxiety could swell up and swallow him whole, steam started to rise off of All Might's body, blocking the hero from view. When the smoke cleared, all that remained was a tall, sickly shadow of a person with pale skin that hung off his bones, and tired eyes that sunk into his skull. There was no way that could be All Might. It wasn't possible. That sickly skeleton couldn't be the shining symbol of peace. You're probably wondering what's going on, huh? Well, I'm still All Might, but I got in a big fight 5 years back. Lost my whole stomach. Right now I can only do hero work for about 3 hours a day. Rest of the time this is what I look like. This job isn't easy. Pros always have to risk their lives. Some villains just can't be beaten without powers. So no, I don't think you can become a hero without a quirk. Just no after no after no. Despair clouded his vision as tears filled his usually bright eyes. Not even All Might thought he could be a hero, because why would Izuku even believe that? He'd known it from the start, just refused to believe it. If you want to help people, you can become a police officer. It's a fine profession. It's not bad to have a dream, young man, but make sure they're attainable. And with that, All Might walked down the stairs off the roof, walking away with any hope or dreams that Izuku had of saving people. Izuku Midoriya is a boy who dreamed too brightly for the world he lived in. Hopeful emerald eyes, a heart that couldn't help but smile at people. A kid who wanted, more than anything, to save others the way his idol did. At least, he was. Fat round tears rolled off Izuku's cheeks, splattering on the tiles below. His legs gave out as he collapsed both physically and internally. In front of him was his notebook of useless dreams. Wind blew through his green curls, toying with his hair. The breeze flipped through the pages, revealing a big, bold signature. All Might's signature. A signature Izuku dreamed of handing out, something he never would. His mouth gaped open in a silent scream. It was a scream for his dreams, for his hope, a scream for what All Might crushed, for what he lost. He had no clue how long he sat there. All he knew was that by the time he came back to himself, his eyes were itchy and puffy and his face was wet and sticky with tears. He wiped his sleeve over his eyes and nose, sniffling hard. He pushed himself off the ground, everything in his body aching to just stay down. Izuku in a breath, trying to breathe through his stuffy nose. Boom. A loud, thundering explosion sounded from a few blocks down. Izuku whipped towards it, his eyes wide as a smoke cloud blew into the air. A villain attack. Izuku's fingers twitched and grabbed his notebook, running over to the stairs only to pause. There was no need to run over to the scene of the crime. It's not like finding any heroes to take notes on would do him any good now. It would just be pointless. Izuku sighed. He let his head hang as he descended slowly, feet dragging, until he froze. That explosion, it had been familiar. Izuku had seen it all too many times directed at either himself or one of his precious notebooks. Those were Katsuki's explosions. He bolted down the steps, a new sense of urgency overtaking him as he dashed out of the building. Breathing heavily, he weaved through people toward the blast site. Skidding to a halt, he turned a corner, heart slamming in his chest. Katsuki was in the center of the street, flailing and throwing explosions everywhere in a desperate attempt to free himself. Wrapped around his mouth was an ugly blob of familiar green sludge. The same sludge that had suffocated Izuku not too long ago. Izuku scanned the scene. So many of them. Mount Lady, Kamui Woods, Death Arms, and other famous pros were there. But they weren't doing anything. Katsuki would die at this rate. So why were they just standing there? No good. Too much fire. Someone else will handle this, Kamui Woods muttered, taking a step away from the fight. Oh no. I can't get through, my quirk'll be useless here. I'm sure another pro will have one that fits. Mount Lady pouted from above, her looming form unable to fit through the narrow street. I only have extra strength. Afraid I can't help here. Death Arms said, the supposedly hard-working man standing right next to Izuku. Izuku grit his teeth. So they're gonna let Kaken die because of some bad quirk combos? This wasn't what Izuku had believed heroes to be. He'd always thought that they would use their quirks no matter the odds to save people. But here they were just standing there and making excuses so that they wouldn't have to fight quirkless. A blinding explosion snapped Izuku's attention back to Katsuki. The blonde was quickly running out of air, his explosions growing more erratic and less targeted. Before Izuku could think, his body was moving on its own. If the heroes wouldn't save Katsuki, then Izuku would. He stumbled forward, then sprinted. His legs moved him forward, faster than they'd ever gone before. Adrenaline pumped through his veins, spurring him on until he reached the sludge villain. Izuku tore off his backpack and hurled it. Pens and papers struck the sludge's eyes, blinding him. Izuku grabbed onto Katsuki and pulled hard. The muck clung to Katsuki, skinning the boy back in. Izuku tightened his grip on the blonde. He wouldn't let go. He couldn't let Katsuki die. Deku, I don't need your help. Katsuki roared, letting off one final explosion behind him. The blast rocketed both himself and Izuku away from the sludge villain. Izuku tumbled on the floor, concrete scraping at his skin. His ears rang as he slowly lifted himself, arms trembling. The adrenaline faded from his veins, allowing exhaustion to take over. Kid, are you crazy? That was an incredibly dangerous stunt. You could have gotten yourself killed. Shock filled Izuku's system as he looked up to see both Death Arms and Mount Lady frowning at him. Yeah, you're not a trained pro, don't go trying to play hero. You're really lucky that worked out. Mount Lady snapped, putting her hands on her hips. He couldn't believe it. These so-called heroes stood to the side, ready to watch Katsuki die. Then they yelled at Izuku for being reckless when he actually did something. What? But you weren't doing anything. Izuku cried back, eyes wide. Why were they mad at him? He'd done their job for them. Mount Lady sputtered. Well, it's better to wait until you have an actual plan. Just running in there, especially as an untrained civilian, just gives us more work. Do you have some quirk that makes you invincible or something? 'Cause you would have certainly gotten hurt if things went any other way. And no, I'm quirkless actually, Izuku murmured. The silence between the two pros stretched on for a moment as his words hung in the air. Mount Lady looked at him with wide eyes while Death Arms shifted uncomfortably. Well, that's even worse, Death Arms sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. His tone was awkward, like he wished Izuku would just nod along and leave. Without a quirk, it's safer for you to stay on the sidelines. We don't need someone else to save when things go wrong. Izuku's jaw tightened. His hands were fisted so tightly that they left crescent-shaped marks in his palm. This was so stupid. Heroes weren't meant to be like this. They were meant to help people no matter how bleak the situation looked, not just give up based on some quirk disadvantages. Now you best be on your way, I'm sure your parents will be worried. Don't pull another stunt like this, it's incredibly dangerous. Understood? Death Arms stared Izuku down for a long moment until the young boy nodded and started to walk off. So this is what the world was like? A place where you could stand by and watch someone die because it wasn't convenient. Where quirks were everything, and without one, no matter how brave or heroic the soul, you were nothing. Izuku glanced down at the analysis notebook still in his hands and scoffed. What a joke, he would never be a hero. Not unless he magically manifested a quirk, and that just wasn't possible. Some good those dreams. Did me, he muttered. He dropped the notebook into a nearby trash can and shuffled off. He didn't look back. Third-person POV. Blue flames erupted in the cramped alleyway. Blood-curdling screams filled the silence of night as a worthless gang of nobodies burned alive. Two figures stepped out of the alley, leaving the fire to finish their work. One had spiky black hair and blue eyes to match the burning flames behind him. Over his face and body were pieces of burnt skin stapled to him in an ugly patchwork form. Next to him stood a giggling middle schooler. She had messy hair tied up into two crooked space buns and golden narrowed eyes. She wore a cute school uniform, or at least, it would have been cute if it weren't for the crimson blood splattered over the fabric. Ah, I was hoping to get more blood. Why'd you have to go and burn them? The blonde girl whined, her face illuminated by the blue fire. Sorry, Toga, the patchwork villain drawled. I'll be sure to remember next time. The scarred man headed away from the alleyway, walking calmly through the streets as though he hadn't just committed arson. Okay. Toga chirped, hopping after Dobby and away from the crime. The scarred villain sighed, already tired of his teammates' chatter. He didn't become a villain to deal with obnoxious newbies. Dobby kicked a trash can, grinning as its contents spilled over the ground. Nothing better than ruining public property to lighten his mood. A notebook tumbled out of the trash, landing on the concrete in front of Dobby. It had clearly seen better days. The cover was charred, nearly blackened on some parts. The pages were all wrinkled and warped, water damage ruining what must have once been quality paper. Hero analysis for the future, huh? The villain murmured, scoffing at the title. Might as well read whatever crap this hero hopeful had written down. If it was stupid enough, he could show it to Shigaraki and have a good laugh with the man. Dobby flipped through the used pages with his scarred hands, skimming over detail after detail. Scrawled over one of them was All Might written in bold letters. The number 1 signature. No wannabe hero would throw that away. Interesting. Dobby tucked that thought away for later and kept looking through the book. His hand froze over one page, pausing as he read over it. Slowly, a twisted grin crept over the scorched edges of his mouth. Toga, we have a little change of plans. The villain turned back to the girl with a wicked gleam in his eyes. We're gonna go looking for an Izuku Midoriya. Izuku winced as he started making his way home. A whole week had passed since the sludge villain attacked, and Katsuki had been more relentless than ever. Burns from the blonde's explosions covered his body that stung when his clothes brushed against them. Tears welled up in Izuku's eyes and he wiped them away. The loneliness inside him had only grown since the day his dream was crushed. He sniffled and kept walking. Every day Katsuki and his friends would come up and mock Izuku for the reckless stunt he'd pulled with the sludge villain. He knew Katsuki didn't like the idea of Izuku saving him, but Izuku had saved him. Even if Katsuki didn't like it, he could at least say thank you. But the blonde had just doubled down, treating Izuku harsher than ever. Izuku gritted his teeth as he continued walking, taking a more crowded route this time. He really didn't want to get attacked by a villain again. Izuku walked the concrete paths, stewing over what he'd do now. It's not like he could be a hero. But then what? He didn't feel a passion for anything else except studying quirks. What a joke. Nobody would hire a quirkless person for an analysis job. After all, what would he know about quirks? He didn't have one. With a sigh, he turned into the parking lot of his apartment complex. He passed by a few buildings before arriving at his own, punching in the door code and entering the carpeted lobby. He made his way to the elevator, riding up to the 3rd floor where he lived. Opening the door into his apartment, he was met with silence. Izuku walked up to the kitchen table and picked up a pink sticky note, his mother's familiar handwriting scrawled over the paper. Taking an extra shift today. A little girl's scared and doesn't want to be left alone. I'll be getting home late. Sorry I can't be there, but I made katsudon. I love you, Izuku. His mouth twitched up into a sad smile. That was his mom, the sweetest nurse in the world. She always took on extra hours at the hospital to make sure her patients felt comfortable, or she'd stay longer to help the doctors heal them. It was really sweet of her. Izuku was proud to have such a caring mom, but sometimes he wished that she wouldn't, that she would stay with him over a stranger. She was still an amazing mother. She doted on Izuku and took great care of him. He was really lucky to have her. So why was he always sad about it? A small pang of pain hit his chest. The emptiness inside his heart felt suffocating, like it was swallowing him whole. His eyes glistened with tears as he put the note down. Shudders racked his body and he ran over to his room. There was no reason to hide. Nobody was home. But there was something comforting about hiding in the warmth of his bed. Izuku sobbed into his pillow. Why did it hurt so much? Just get over yourself. He thought angrily, wiping tears from his eyes. Lifting himself off his bed, he stared at his room. All Might was everywhere. All Might posters, All Might figurines, All Might curtains. It made him sick. All Might couldn't care less about Izuku. He just brushed him based on his quirklessness. It didn't matter how smart or brave Izuku was. All that mattered was how he didn't have a power. That man didn't deserve to be idolized. Tears spilled down Izuku's cheeks as he got up. His vision was red with raw anger. Anger at the quirked society that dismissed him. Anger for the disgusting heroes who stood on the sidelines. Anger at All Might. Izuku wanted to break something, to rip something apart. Looking up, he was met with another one of All Might's smiles. He grit his teeth and grabbed the All Might action figure, throwing it at the ground. A horrible snap rang out through the air as Izuku gazed at the now broken All Might figurine. The head was broken clean off from the force of his throw. Izuku's heart stuttered. No, he hadn't meant to break it. Izuku sank down to his knees. He gingerly lifted the 2 broken pieces of the figurine, his hands shaking as he looked at what he destroyed. His vision blurred and his breath grew ragged. Izuku tried to swallow the hard lump in his throat, but it just wouldn't go down. He shuddered and placed the broken figurine into a box gently. He was tired of seeing All Might, but he didn't want to destroy something that used to bring him so much joy. That's fine. I'll just put away all my All Might stuff, that way I won't break any of it. I'm tired of seeing his face either way. With that, Izuku stood up and slowly took down all his All Might posters. He delicately rolled them and put them away in his closet. After the posters, he placed the figurines all on the highest shelf. Closing the door, he sealed away what little remained of his hero dream. It was better this way. Izuku surveyed his new room with puffy eyes. It was so unfamiliar. His whole life Izuku's room had been covered in hero merch from head to toe. But now, the walls were barren, only covered in off-white paint. It was suffocating, like he was drowning in the corpse of his foolish hopes. Bile rose in his throat and his stomach churned. He had to get out of there. Izuku exited his apartment, locking the door behind him. Looking around, he saw the late afternoon sun illuminating the path with a warm glow. Izuku padded over the cracks in the sidewalk. He studied the splinters in the concrete, watching them grow more frequent as he moved towards the less visited parts of Mizudafu. The hole in his heart felt like it was choking him. All he could think of was how he had nothing. He had no quirk, no friends. His dad left with some pathetic work excuse. And no dreams. All that was left was the emptiness inside. Hey, this yours? A deep, gravelly voice sounded from behind Izuku, jerking him out of his spiral. He jumped, whirling around to see a man stepping out from the shadows. The guy's body looked mutilated, covered in patches of burnt skin crudely stapled on. It was horrifying. The scarred man held out a singed notebook to Izuku, the hero notebook he'd thrown away. Izuku didn't want the notebook back, like how he didn't want anything All Might related. It was all a reminder. A ghost of what could have been if he only had a quirk. Not anymore. Izuku grumbled, ready to keep walking. Normally he'd thank someone for trying to return his stuff, even if he wasn't going to take it back. But he was tired and in a horrid mood right now. The mysterious man chuckled from behind Izuku. You know, most people would cherish All Might's signature, not throw it away. How come you did? The man's eyes glinted as he spoke, voice cocky and predatory. He's a good hero. He really is. He just annoys me. Asked him if I could become a hero after he gave me that signature. A bitter look crossed over Izuku's features. He said it was too dangerous. That I should keep my dreams realistic. DMN, that's just stupid. The scarred man chuckled, shaking his head. What do you mean? Izuku blinked, caught off guard. Did that guy think Izuku could be a hero? Well, once he found out Izuku was quirkless, he would quickly change his mind. Everyone did. I've read your notes. You've got more brains than half the licensed pros clogging the streets. Me and my friends could use more resourceful people. We run a bar downtown. Want to put your stuff to use? We'll help you. Izuku eyed the man warily now. That was suspicious. He should say no and just leave. That was the safest option. Who knows what this man and his friends planned on doing with Izuku? But leave and then what? Izuku had no hope for the future. Might as well try this. What did he have to lose? Izuku nodded and the man grinned wolfishly at him. The tall man led Izuku through the worn streets of Masudafu. Friendly neighborhoods gave way to run-down shops and vandalized walls. The air was thick with the scent of cigarettes, making Izuku cough and bring his shirt up to cover his mouth. After they'd walked through practically half of Masudafu, the other man stopped. Izuku looked at the rundown bar where the man and his friends worked. Come on. The burnt man opened the door, strolling in instead of holding it open for Izuku. Izuku stepped in after the man, surprised to find a clean and decorated bar on the inside, definitely nicer than the exterior. Inside the room there were 3 other people. One of them was behind the bar, meticulously wiping down the counter. He had a body made of strange purple smoke and glowing yellow eyes. The unique man also wore a nice suit. He seemed to be the most normal out of the group despite his strange appearance. A girl with blonde hair tied up into messy buns and vicious golden eyes was bouncing excitedly around the room. She seemed normal at first glance. She looked to be Izuku's age and wore a regular school uniform. But her eyes were narrowed in a way that made Izuku's skin crawl. Finally, slouched over the bar was a young man, most likely in his early 20s, with blue hair and dry-looking skin. Izuku's eyes widened as he noticed the white hands grabbing the man. They gripped onto his arms and face, almost like a villain costume. Izuku paled. That was the thing, he was a villain. Everyone around him was. Hello there, Midoriya Izuku. The handman turned to face Izuku. Izuku swallowed. The hand over the man's face didn't stop him from sensing the wicked grin he wore. Echai, Izuku squeaked, thoroughly intimidated. I'm Shigaraki Tamura. The man who brought you here is Dabi. I'm sure he didn't tell you his name like the piece of shit he is. Izuku nodded, shifting nervously at the man's harsh tone. Behind the bar is Kurojiiri. The mist man looked up and nodded at Izuku. Nervously, Izuku nodded back, not wanting to upset any of the villains here. Over there is Toga. She's also a little sheet. Shigaraki nodded over to the blonde girl, who was currently looking at Izuku unervingly. She grinned and waved at Izuku, her golden eyes lit up with a fire beneath them. Oh, you're so cute. I bet you would look great covered in blood. The girl squealed excitedly and lurched towards Izuku, a knife seeming to materialize in her hand. Izuku's body froze up, unable to move as he watched the girl aim the knife at him when a mist appeared. It engulfed Toga, making her disappear from in front of Izuku, only to be brought back on the other end of the bar. Izuku blinked. Purple mist. It looked a lot like the mist guy. Likely his quirk. Maybe teleportation? What a cool quirk. Can he choose who he teleports? Was there a range limit? Or limited by sight? Toga, stop. We're trying to recruit him. Shigaraki hissed, glaring at the psychotic girl. Toga pouted in response and went back to eyeing Izuku eagerly. Anyways, your notebook had some really good analyses on those pesky pro-heroes. The hand villain said, his gaze turning back to Izuku. We could use an intelligence player on our team. So, join our group. Izuku bit his lip, fear pumping through his veins. No, he didn't want anything to do with villains. He would get in so much trouble. But would they even let him go if he said no? They might still want him and force him to stay. Shigaraki hadn't even asked him, just told him to join. Yua, Izuku stuttered. He had to find something that would make them let him go, and quickly. Wait, nobody wanted a quirkless teammate. Izuku had always been picked last in gym, so maybe, if he told them about his quirklessness, they'd let him go. Why see? I am quirkless. It'd probably be useless on your team. Izuku squeaked out, praying that they wouldn't just kill him for knowing too much. So? Izuku blinked. What did he mean, so? That's not how people responded. They'd either sneered and started to bully him or quickly walked away and ignored him. But this guy didn't care? Quirkless doesn't matter. You wrote those analyses, you're useful. Now, are you joining or not? Shigaraki responded, clearly impatient near the end. But Izuku could hardly focus on that part. Shigaraki really, genuinely didn't care. He thought that Izuku could be worth something. He didn't think that Izuku was a useless Deku, but someone capable even without a power. The thought of someone not caring about that, of someone accepting him. A tiny spark warmed in his chest, something he hadn't felt in years. Not for heroics, but for being wanted. It seemed to fill that aching void Izuku had felt since he was his mouth quirked up into a small, hopeful smile. Yeah, I'll join. He said maybe it was stupid. Maybe it was dangerous. But someone finally looked at him without disgust. He couldn't throw that away. Shigaraki grinned, then welcome to the League of Villains. Izuku swallowed, chewing his lip. When Izuku joined the League, Shigaraki had said he'd contact him when they were ready. But it had been a week. They probably changed their minds. I wouldn't want someone as useless as me either. Izuku thought, his eyes starting to burn with unshed tears. Hey! An unervingly cheerful voice called out. Before Izuku could turn around, someone was running into him. Arms wrapped around his body and squeezed, almost lifting him into the air. Looking down, Izuku was met with narrowed golden eyes and crooked space buns. Toga. Hi. He squeaked, stiffening in her grip. Out of everyone in the league, she scared him the most. With the memory of her trying to attack him vivid in his mind. Toga grinned at Izuku, releasing him from her hug. Come on. We've got so much to do. She grabbed his hand and started to run, leading him through the streets of Masudafu. What are we doing? And where are we going? Izuku asked, stumbling after her. He swerved slightly, barely stopping himself from running into a pole. I'm going to train you, silly. And we're going to Dagoba Beach for it. It's really quiet there so no one will bother us. Toga turned back to beam at him, a deep flush on her cheeks. Now hurry up. She let go of his hand and started to run, dodging people and weaving through the crowded road. Hey, wait up. Izuku chased after her, mumbling rushed apologies to everyone he nearly hit. The streets grew less populated as he and Toga got closer to Dagoba Beach. He remembered it used to be quite popular, but the place became overrun with trash, turning into a junkyard people avoided. When he arrived at the beach, he could see why no one wanted to go there. Giant heaps of garbage covered the beach, rotted wood and broken refrigerators sticking out of the rubble. Flies buzzed around, obnoxious and loud in his ears. And the smell was horrible, leaving a mucky taste in his mouth. Toga was standing on one particularly large heap of trash, humming a cheerful tune to herself. She waved excitedly to him as he arrived and clambered down the trash to greet him. All right, Izuku-san. She beamed and Izuku blinked. Izuku-an? He repeated, confused and flustered. Why would she give him such an embarrassing nickname? Yeah. A cute name to match how cute you are. Her smile grew a little too wide for comfort, her cheeks dusted with red. But you'd be so much cuter covered in blood. You? Izuku shifted nervously. There wasn't really a way to respond to that. You. What training are we doing? He asked, trying to change the topic. Didn't I tell you? I'm going to teach you how to use knives. That way you can protect yourself if you ever get in trouble. Toga grinned, clearly excited by the idea of using knives. Oh, but, yeah. Now let's get started. Izuku smiled back, trying to seem excited, but the thought of using knives made his stomach churn. Weapons made it all feel so real. He really did sign up to become a villain. He never should have joined the league. So, I'm not really good at teaching, but you're smart. So I'll just fight you with my knife and you learn how to dodge and copy my moves. She tossed Izuku a knife which he clumsily caught. Maybe dash. Before he could finish, Toga dashed towards him, bringing out her knife to strike at his head. Izuku's eyes widened, his heart lurching. He ducked quickly, the blade hissing past his ear. Toga grinned, her eyes glowing with a sadistic malice that chilled Izuku to the bone. She pivoted on her leg and moved to attack again, all in one fluid motion. With a yelp, Izuku grabbed her hand, holding it in place. Thankfully, she wasn't super muscular, so he could hold her back. He had to get her to put away those knives. He didn't want to get stabbed. What would his mom think if he returned with a wound like that? What's wrong, Izuku-an? Toga asked, tilting her head to the side and lowering the knife. Izuku exhaled shakily, tension leaving his shoulders now that the weapon wasn't directed at him. We shouldn't use actual knives. He squeaked out, praying he sounded convincing. If I come home with stab wounds, my mom will get suspicious. Toga blinked, seeming to consider his words before pouting and putting the knife away. Okay. She huffed. But I was hoping to see you all bloody. Well, Izuku still didn't know how to respond to that. Toga went and grabbed 2 sticks off the ground. She held her hand out to him with the stick in it. Izuku took the stick from her hand, placing the knife she'd given him earlier in its place. Alright, we'll do the same thing, just with boring sticks. Toga smiled at Izuku again and he nodded, trying to swallow the lump in his throat. She lunged at him once more, bringing up the stick to fight. Fear spiked in Izuku, clouding his thoughts. His heartbeat pounded in his ears as he ducked, only for Toga to pivot and jab him in the chest. Silly Izuku-an, Toga chirped. You gotta think. She tapped her temple with one hand before continuing. You've got analysis skills, so analyze me. Izuku nodded shakily, sking in deep breaths to calm his racing heart. He held up his stick this time, his body shaking but refusing to back down. Toga ran up to attack him again, bringing out her stick. Izuku narrowed his eyes, noticing something. She kept her upper body low and her weight spread evenly on the ball of her feet. Izuku shifted into a similar stance, balancing his weight on the ball of his feet and positioning himself closer to the ground. He tried ducking before, but Toga would just pivot and attack. He needed a counterattack. Grabbing her wrist the first time seemed to slow her down. Izuku stepped to the side, avoiding Toga's attack. He waited for her pivot. He grabbed her wrist and dragged her arm down, pulling her into the sand. A bloodthirsty grin spread over Toga's face and Izuku shivered, a chill going down his spine. Wow. Amazing, Izuku-an. She hopped up and ran back at him, stick drawn. With a deep breath, Izuku steadied his hands and brought up his own, ready to fight. They'd sparred until their arms ached and the sun dipped below the horizon. Izuku sat down on the sand, taking a drink of water from his bottle. His body was littered with bruises from head to toe, but they didn't feel like the bruises he got from Katsuki. These ones felt earned, like proof of his work instead of his weakness. Toga flopped down next to him, humming a new tune to herself. Izuku was still unsure about his decision to join the league, but he liked this training session. Sure, it wasn't what most people did, but it was the closest he'd gotten to hanging out with someone in a long time. Toga? He asked after a beat of silence. He'd been wondering this since he first met her. Why do you want to see me covered in blood? He squeaked out the rest, his nervousness growing. Is it part of your quirk? You really are smart. Toga giggled. Whenever I drink someone's blood, I can turn into them. Her expression morphed from a cheerful one to a lustful one. Her eyes narrowed and a deep blush spread over her cheeks as she grinned, revealing wicked sharp teeth. I love blood. People just look so pretty when they're covered in it. And it always tastes so good I just want to drink it and become them. Izuku swallowed. The look on Toga's face was so intense. Oh, see, cool quirk. He stuttered out. He did mean it though. It was a disturbing quirk, sure, but Izuku couldn't help but find it cool. All quirks were fascinating to him. Izuku's words seemed to catch Toga off guard, her posture faltering. The bloodthirsty look in her eyes disappeared, replaced with shock. Why you think it's cool? She asked quietly. Her voice was small and fragile, almost like a lost child's. Izuku had never seen Toga like this. Suddenly, she looked nothing like a murderous villain, but more like a kid who'd been rejected her whole life. Izuku could understand her now. He knew that look in her eyes. It was the same look Izuku had when Shigaraki brushed off his quirklessness. Hope for being accepted despite his flaws. Yeah. It's really cool. Izuku said again, putting more energy behind his voice. He knew how good it felt for someone to not care about the things everyone ostracized you for. His heart reached out to Toga, wanting her to feel the same. Thanks. A small smile appeared on Toga's face. Not a lustful or wicked one, just shy. Genuine. Izuku smiled back, warmth blooming in his chest. Maybe joining the league wasn't so bad after all. Izuku opened the door, leaving his apartment and entering the bustling streets of Masva. It was always crowded on Saturdays with no work or school. People were everywhere, everyone with something to do, to complete. Izuku smiled, making his way towards Dagoba Beach. He and Toga had been training for a few weeks now and it was great. Toga was actually a really energetic and fun person when she wasn't in one of her moods. Not only that, but Izuku could feel himself improving. He was faster, more agile, and there was a newfound strength behind his limbs that he'd never had before. The air turned damp and sour, filled with the scent of rotting garbage. Excitement bloomed in his chest. He was already at his meeting point with Toga. He quite enjoyed his training with her, and looked forward each day to training. It was nice having a friend. His smile softened, a warmth settling in his heart. The longing he'd felt for so long seemed to finally quiet. Having someone there for him made the once overwhelming sadness feel insignificant compared to the fun he had with them. Izuku opened the gate to the beach and stepped inside. Walking past the piles of trash, he arrived at a small clearing he and Toga usually trained at. But instead of blonde hair and overly wide smiles, he found a scarred man with burning blue eyes. Dabi? Izuku asked tentatively. Where's Toga? The scarred man looked at Izuku, strolling up to him. You're not training today, so she won't be here. You're doing a mission with me. A cold wind blew past Izuku and he swallowed, biting down on his lip. Dabi seemed to loom over him, the height difference almost palpable. His body shrank in the presence of the older man. His hands felt clammy and they shook with fear. Not only that, but the man gave off this aura that made Izuku's instincts scream at him to run away. He'd felt the same with Toga at first, and she turned out to be really nice. His first friend even. He wasn't sure if Kaken still counted, probably not, so maybe. Dabi wasn't that bad either. Okay, what are we doing? Nothing big. Just collecting some sheet from this small-time gang. Dabi shrugged and started to walk out of the beach and back onto the city streets. Izuku trailed after the villain, walking behind him just like he used to with Katsuki, before everyone learned he was quirkless, before everything changed. Izuku's brows furrowed. He hated how small he felt walking behind people. He wanted to be stronger, like Toga was teaching him to be. He couldn't just follow after people his whole life, especially if he was going to become a villain. Izuku quickened his pace to keep up with Dabi, walking next to him instead of behind. Ah, good, you're not acting like some lost puppy anymore. Dabi smirked down at him, making Izuku's cheeks burn red with embarrassment. I wasn't a puppy. He squeaked back, failing miserably at his comeback. Sure. Dabi drawled, chuckling to himself. Izuku narrowed his eyes before deciding to drop it. There was no way he'd win an argument against this guy. So, Dabi started, Toga talks a lot about you. I think you're her new obsession. Good luck, kid. Izuku frowned. From what he knew of Toga, she was really sweet. Even if she got really intense, she was still nicer to Izuku than anyone outside of his mom had ever been. She's not that bad actually. Izuku mumbled quietly, gazing down at his shoes. To his surprise, Dabi grunted, seemingly agreeing. So Dabi was friends with Toga too. Izuku thought that the guy was passive-aggressive towards her based on what he'd said before. Maybe that's how Dabi treated his friends. They continued the rest of the trip silently, walking side by side. Finally, Dabi stopped in front of an abandoned building, a half-peeled sign saying Aquatic Dreams, with a few chipped paintings of fish. We're meeting a group called Iron Fist. Dabi informed. Izuku's stomach churned at the name, a cold sweat forming on his brow. He was going to meet real villains. Sure, the League were villains too, but this felt more dangerous. Relax, kid, Dabi grunted. This group's too wimpy to actually kill you. And if you get injured, then you're not cut out for this work. Izuku let out a shaky breath, focusing on the feeling of his feet on the ground until his heartbeat calmed. He nodded and followed Dabi inside, no longer brave enough to walk beside him. Inside the aquarium, chipped murals and cracked plaster lined the walls. Tanks were filled with cloudy water and a moldy smell hung in the air. It would have made Izuku GG if he wasn't used to smelling trash at the beach. There was an obnoxious beeping noise coming from one of the fire alarms. The thing must have broken years ago. Two figures waited inside. Izuku looked at them carefully, studying anything that might give clues to their quirks. One was a tall woman with a sleek black vest and jeans. In one hand she held a metal crossbar with strings attached to it. The strings were attached to different parts of a metal doll. Curiosity flickered inside him, his hands itching to write this down. It was a marionette doll, likely part of the woman's quirk. The other member had a large cloak hiding every feature but the person's mouth. The jaw was metal polished and gleaming, a metallic tang merging with the scent of mold. Their quirk must have something to do with it. They probably had an absurdly strong bite, and seeing how the cloak was meant to only show their mouth, that was the person's go-to attack. Both of them wore iron gloves that could easily knock someone out with a single hit. You got the goods? Dabi asked, crossing his arms over his chest as he stopped in front of the Iron Fist members. Yeah. The marionette girl picked up a package from behind her. It was a small box, too small to even hold a rifle, but with how the girl held it, it must be incredibly valuable. Dabi held out his hand, expecting the girl to hand it over when she grinned. But not so fast. We're a little short on cash, so we're upping the price. We need 4.5 million yen now. So, hand that over and you get the box. Izuku froze and looked at her with wide eyes. That was a whole year's worth of savings. What on earth was in that box? Dabi scoffed next to Izuku. Last I checked it was 1.5. That's triple what we agreed on. He grinned at them, blue flames cracking to life in his palm. Light bouncing off the staples, illuminating his burnt flesh. So you either lower it back down or I take it for free. The girl grinned herself and held up her marionette. I'd like to see you try. A giant metal doll formed in the air, misshapen and slapped together with scraps of iron, pipes and chunks of fencing welded together in crooked angles. The girl moved her marionette and the giant doll moved the same way. It swung at them with its giant hand. Izuku ducked, wind slicing past his hair. He scrambled to his feet and stepped back. His heartbeat thumped in his ears, his lungs refusing to expand. The doll brought its arm up, ready to smash Izuku into a paste when Dabi yanked him back. "D-minute, kid. Don't just stand there. Do something," he yelled, bringing up his flame. Izuku looked at Dabi with wide eyes. If Dabi fought alone, he could get hurt trying to protect Izuku. Izuku needed to do something, anything, but he was a weak, quirkless loser. What could he do? Your notebook had some really good analyses. We could use an intelligence player on our team. Shigaraki's words rang out in his mind. But Izuku could do what he was good at, analyze. Dabi! He shouted over the creaking of the metal doll. The doll's controlled by the girl's marionette. The marionette's made of iron too, and its melting point is in your range. If you melt the marionette, then the doll will stop. Dabi nodded, a malicious smile making its way onto his scarred face as he aimed his flames around the doll and towards the doll's wielder. Izuku let out a relieved sigh. Once the marionette was dealt with, they could take the package and Leah. A blur of motion cut Izuku off, the cloaked figure lunging at him, their iron jaw gaping open and ready to bite. With a yelp, he jerked sideways, barely avoiding getting his arm bitten off. The person turned back towards him, teeth bared and ready to eat. Izuku stepped back, eyes darting around the room. He needed something, anything, to redirect the person's attacks. His eyes locked onto a metal pipe, his arms already snatching it up. He glanced back at his attacker, seeing them prepare to jump at him again. Izuku shifted his feet into the protective stance he'd learned from watching Toga, light on his feet as he steadied his hands with deep breaths. He waited for the person to pounce, and when they did, he brought up the metal pipe, feeling it dig into his palms. Jaws clamped around the pipe, scraping out a shriek of metal on metal. Blue flames blazed in front of Izuku, revealing Dabi standing not too far away. The flames ate at Izuku's attacker, forcing them off him. The cloaked figure ran back, screaming in pain as their body caught fire. Izuku hissed, feeling the sting of minor burns. But thankfully nothing was serious. He couldn't quite say the same for the Iron Fist members. The marionette woman was crawling away, her doll melted and mangled on the floor while the other member had disappeared, trying to find a way to snuff out the fire eating their body. Izuku shuddered, his body heavy as his adrenaline drained away. He gagged on the scent of burnt flesh and hair, shakily getting onto his feet. His gaze trailed up, meeting burning blue eyes. Dabi smirked at him and patted his back. Good job, kid. Finding that freak doll's weak point was brilliant. Excited to keep working with ya. Izuku looked at Dabi with wide eyes. Good job. Nobody outside his mom had said that to him in a long, long time. The words seemed to fill the emptiness inside his heart, mending a crack in his soul. His mouth trembled into a smile, his eyes glistening. He was excited to work with Dabi too. Katsuki POV. Katsuki slouched in his chair, waiting for the shitty teacher to let them go. He rolled his eyes as the teacher continued to drone on and on. He had to resist the urge to blast the beach and shut him up. Behind him, Deku was mumbling to himself. The frantic scratching of Deku's pencil grating against Katsuki's nerves. He scowled. Something had been up with Deku recently. The boy was smiling now, his emerald eyes filled with hope and excitement. Every day after school, the nerd would walk out the doors with a bounce to his step, like there was something he planned to do. Something that excited him. Katsuki scoffed, turning away from Deku. What on earth was there that brought the DMN nerd so much joy anyways? It set Katsuki off to no end that he was so happy now. That Deku didn't seem to care when Katsuki beat him up anymore. Like whatever stupid thing he was doing after school was drowning out all that pathetic doom and gloom crap the nerd always dragged around. The annoying blare of the school bell rang throughout the classroom. Katsuki grinned. School was finally over. He swung his legs off the desk and grabbed his bag in one smooth motion. He was ready to leave when some FNG extras swarmed him. Growling with impatience, Katsuki shoved past them as they chatted about some meaningless part of their shitty lives. He could see the door swinging open as Deku slipped through it. Katsuki narrowed his eyes and started after the nerd, not bothering to wait for the extras who constantly trailed after him. Deku was walking with purpose, excitement shining in his eyes. An excitement Katsuki hadn't seen in far too long. Not like it even bothered him though. He didn't care about Deku's DMN smile. All he cared about was how the brat kept following and looking down on him. The piece of sheet couldn't take a DMN hint. Deku walked out the school gates, running up to a figure cloaked in shadows. Katsuki stood back, far enough that neither of them would notice, but close enough to watch. The figure stepped out of the darkness, She was a girl around his age wearing a junior high uniform. She had gleaming yellow eyes, sharp like a cat's, and messy hair tied up into space buns. She smiled at Deku, waving at him as he approached her, but something felt wrong with the girl. Her smile was too wide, eerie, and twisted, making Katsuki's skin crawl. Deku talked animatedly, the girl returning his energy full force as they started to walk together. The pair headed to some unknown location that was definitely not in the direction of Deku's house. Katsuki's harsh scowl twitched, his face tightening for a second. Something in his chest twisted as he watched Deku leave with the creepy girl. He didn't like the thought of Deku hanging around her. The girl turned around, eyes locking on Katsuki. Her face split open into that horrible smile as she waved before turning back to Deku. That DMN smile. It had every fiber of Katsuki's body screaming at him to just blast her into the stratosphere and away from Deku. He grit his teeth. Something was up with Deku and that girl. He could feel it. Oh, Bakugu, we're going to the arcade. Wanna join? An extra shouted from behind him. Katsuki scoffed, forcing his chest to stop doing that weird, FING twisting thing. Yeah, I'm coming. Katsuki grumbled, slouching off after the other students. He didn't need to bother himself with Deku. Whatever happened to the nerd wasn't his problem. It really wasn't. Izuku POV. Izuku stepped side by side with Toga, something he'd been trying to do ever since his mission with Dabi. He was slightly confused about why she came to the school though. Usually they met up at the beach. Something had to be different today. So, how come you were waiting for me here? Izuku asked, his voice no longer shaky and anxious like it once was. He and Toga had grown close, familiar. It was nice, not needing to worry about everything he said. Being able to just be himself without fear of being called weird or freaky. Oh, well, Shiggy said he wanted to have a meeting today, so I came to get you. Going to the beach is a pretty large detour, don't you think? Toga flashed Izuku a grin, her sharp and pointy canines gleaming in the afternoon sun. Izuku giggled. The nickname she'd given Shigaraki was worse than his. Shiggy, that's his nickname? Izuku's voice was tinted with amusement, enjoying not being the only one with a strange nickname from Toga. Toga giggled back. Yeah, it suits him. Izuku couldn't really argue with that. He didn't know Shigaraki well enough to. The only league member he knew well was Toga. Although, being friends with Dabi also seemed to be a possibility. The man was nicer to Izuku than most people, and he seemed to appreciate Izuku's skills. But Izuku wasn't quite sure what to make of Shigaraki and Kurogiri yet. Shigaraki seemed unpredictable and snappy, like he'd be fine with hurting Izuku on a whim if he bothered the villain. But at the same time, it was Shigaraki who offered him a place in the league. Shigaraki was the one who finally saw past his quirkless title and saw Izuku himself. Not even All Might had done that. Izuku followed Toga through the mucky back alleys of Kamino Ward. Most of Kamino was nice, with metallic, shiny buildings everywhere. But even the nicest wards had places people didn't talk about. Like where they were headed now. Toga stopped and opened the door of a familiar, run-down-looking bar. Izuku smiled as he stepped in, eternally grateful that the inside was clean and tidy. Like last time, Kurogiri was wiping down the bar counter while Shigaraki sat hunched over it. The villain had a controller clutched in his hand as he glared at the small screen of his Nintendo Switch. Based on the lights bouncing onto the man's face, he was playing an intense battle game. And based on his expression, he was losing. Dabi was leaning against one of the walls, scrolling aimlessly through his phone, disinterested plain on his face. It was funny how similar things were to the first time he was here, yet how different they were too. It felt more casual, like he was actually a member of the league and not just some outsider peeking in. Shigaraki glanced at him before putting down the Switch. All right, everyone's finally here. First off, good job getting the package, you two. Shigaraki nodded at Izuku and Dabi. The scarred man just grunting in agreement. And here Midoriya. Don't even think about dropping it. Shigaraki tossed him a phone that Izuku clumsily caught, his heart racing as it nearly slipped from his grip. Oh, a burner phone. Izuku murmured without thinking. He'd always just blurted out whatever was on his mind. It was a habit he just couldn't seem to break. Yeah. Shigaraki responded, irritation coating his tone. So, Dabi said you did okay yesterday. Shigaraki grinned, a twisted sort of grin that gave Izuku chills. You'll make a useful player. Izuku smiled at him, despite the eerie expression directed at him. A warm, fuzzy feeling swelled up in his chest. Shigaraki had given him a way to communicate with them. And apparently he thought Izuku had done well. It felt good to be appreciated. Oh, in about the mission the other day. Izuku mumbled, his question tumbling out of his mouth before he could think otherwise. He probably wasn't even in the league long enough to be trusted with information like this. What was in the package? It wasn't a weapon, the box was too small for that. But it has to be useful if it was so expensive. Shigaraki laughed, a high, sharp sound that made Izuku flinch. Yeah, that's Trigger. New drag. Makes quirks crazy strong. One shot costs a fortune, but it'll save your butt if some heroes try to get in your way. He leaned back, grinning wildly. Worth it, don't you think? Izuku's eyes widened. Quirk enhancers had always been on the market, though they usually had terrible backlash and didn't improve your quirk enough to accept those risks. Something this powerful though, where one shot could get you past multiple pro heroes. It had to be insanely strong. But a question lingered in his mind. How would something like that be tested? Izuku questioned, not really talking to the league as much as he was simply muttering. But it'd still be nice to get an answer. Something as combustive as a quirk enhancer would have horrible side effects on the recipient's back in the testing stage. And it wasn't like you could test something like this on animals. Dabi frowned at his implications. It was concerning to think that this would be tested on people. I'll have to look into it. Dabi decided, concluding the dark question Izuku had asked. Enough daydreaming. Shigaraki's raspy voice snapped Izuku out of his train of thought. We need analyses on some pros. Here's the list. Write them down and text us when you get them. That's it for today. Now get out of my sight. Shigaraki waved him off and Izuku nodded. He exited the bar, his body light and motivated. Izuku was excited to do something. He'd finally get to use his skills to help someone, and not just let his notes sit in some sad corner with his lost dreams. Hey kid. A gravelly voice called out to him. Izuku turned around to find Dabi standing in the dim light of dusk. Thought you might want this back. Dabi threw a charred notebook at Izuku. The hero notebook that started everything. Izuku fumbled with his hands, trying to catch the notebook. He held it gently, smiling down at it. He was glad he'd abandoned it before. If he hadn't, then the league would have never found him. He'd be the same, worthless Deku no one believed in. But now, with the league, he was worth something. He mattered. Thanks. Izuku smiled at Dabi, eager to get home and read through his notes. Hopefully he could dig up more info for the league. Keep up the good work. Dabi nodded before strolling off into the city, leaving Izuku there with the beaming smile of a kid full of hope. That night Izuku sat hunched over his desk, reading through the notes of his notebook. He was glad Dabi had returned them. It had become his memento. A symbol of how he joined the league, of how he made his first friends. Izuku turned through the pages, smiling as he looked down at his familiar, messy handwriting. Reaching for the next page he stopped, finding nothing there. Looking down he spotted jagged, torn edges near the center of the notebook. Pages were torn out. All the pages were the ones for a certain hero Izuku had found interesting. But why were they missing? Did Dabi take them? He was the last one with the notebook, but what did Dabi plan to do with information on the number 2 hero, Endeavor? Wow, Izuku-an, you've been getting so much better. Toga chirped, tackling Izuku with a hug. Thanks. Izuku smiled, returning the embrace, an embarrassed flush tinting his cheeks. He wasn't used to compliments from anyone but his mom. It felt nice, like there was something warm inside him. Toga grinned at him before letting go, skipping towards the gate of Dagoba Beach. So, see you tomorrow? She asked, tilting her head to the side while she did so. It was one of her many quirky behaviors that Izuku had picked up on. Izuku smiled and nodded. Yeah. See ya, Toga. He waved by and started off towards his home when Toga called out. Hey, Izuku. Izuku paused, blinking in shock. Izuku? As long as he'd known the girl, she'd always called him by Izuku, never his real name. Heat rose to his cheeks as he turned around to look back at her. Something about hearing his real name on her lips made something inside him squeal with glee. "Why yeah?" he squeaked, his voice high and shaky. Toga smiled up at him, a blush tinting her cheeks. She seemed excited. "We're friends, so you can call me Himiko." Toga grinned at him, her ears colored red as she waited for Izuku's response. Izuku froze. She wanted them to be on first-name basis. He'd never been on first-name basis with anyone, not even before he was diagnosed quirkless. And Toga wanted to? That meant that she saw him as a friend too. That it wasn't just him. He actually had a friend. His eyes burned, tears welling up in them. "Oh no. Izuku, are you okay?" "You don't have to if you don't want to." Toga's voice trailed off as she looked down at the ground, her expression filling with sorrow at getting rejected. "No, I'm great." Izuku beamed at her, letting all the warmth his friendship with her had given him seep out of it. "I'm just happy." "Himiko." She looked upset at him again, her smile back on full force as Izuku waved bye to Himiko. Izuku walked home, the emptiness that once plagued his life now long gone. He had a friend. An actual, two-way friendship. His heart soared. He couldn't believe it. That a quirkless loser like him would finally have a friend. Izuku took his notebook out of his bag, smiling down at the charred cover. It was the notebook he'd thrown away after his dreams were crushed, the notebook that led him to the League. The notebook that helped him find a friend. As he gazed upon his notebook, he was reminded of the missing pages. All the notes he'd made on Endeavor were gone, ripped off by Dabi. But why did Dabi want information on the number 2 so desperately? Maybe Izuku could ask him, when they got close enough, that is. Izuku didn't want to pry, it was Dabi's business after all, but if Dabi wanted them so much, maybe Izuku could make more detailed notes on Endeavor and earn a second friend too. Izuku smiled, putting the analysis book back into his bag. He continued his path home, his soul light and happy, feeling a couple more cracks in his heart heal. Izuku unlocked the apartment door, greeted by warm lights and the smell of katsudon. He smiled, his mom was home early tonight. "Izuku!" Inko turned around and smiled warmly at Izuku, but something was wrong, there was a tightness behind it, a fear. Izuku tried not to let it show on his face as he sat down, Inko sitting in front of him on the table. A frown creased her face as she looked up at Izuku, worry swirling in her eyes. "Izuku, you've been coming home really late recently," Inko murmured, her gaze trailing up Izuku's arms, and more specifically, at the bruises covering them. Yeah." Izuku fumbled over his words. He couldn't really tell her that he was busy hanging out with literal villains. "And you always come back with bruises." Izuku shifted in his seat, staring down at his hands. Himiko had been training him hard, which was what he wanted. He needed to get stronger, to match the rest of the League and help them, but his mother's possible worry hadn't crossed his mind. "Izuku, honey, I know that you've been getting bullied at school for a while now. I didn't say anything because I knew you'd just brush it off and close up even more." But Inko was near tears now, her warm, caring eyes glistening and sad. Izuku glanced up in shock. "Why, you knew?" "I'm not a fool, Izuku, I could tell. But I wanted you to still feel safe at home, and I knew that telling the teachers about it and having them lecture your bullies would only make them harsher. But it's getting worse now, Izuku. You're coming home with worse bruises every day, even cuts sometimes." Tears were streaming down her face now as her hand reached out to grab his. "Please, baby, just tell me who's doing this." Her voice cracked near the end, all the worry and love she felt for him spilling out. "I'll tell the teachers, I'll threaten a lawsuit. If Katsuki's involved, I'll tell his mom. Just please let me help." Sobs slipped out of Inko's throat as she pleaded with Izuku, each word forming a new crack in his mending heart. Guilt roiled in his chest as his own eyes began to burn. He should have thought about how his mom would feel. Even if she usually got home late, she would still notice that he was always gone. He should have thought about how worried she'd be, he should have hidden his bruises better, he should have done something. Anything. He glanced up at her, the weight of his mother's pleading eyes, the ones that had cried over his lack of quirk years ago, snapped his mind back into focus. She needed an answer. A good one. No, Mom. It's not like that. The bruises I'm getting aren't from bullying. He blurted out, desperate to stop his mom from crying. Desperate to stop her from learning the truth that would crush her. His voice trailed off. He needed a lie, fast. He had to come up with something that would convince her. She couldn't know he joined a villain group. She would be so ashamed. It's just... He let anger bleed into his voice, allowing the emotions from that fateful day to rise up and do the work. The day when Katsuki was attacked. When the heroes did nothing. When Kaken was attacked by the sludge villain, I tried to help. But I couldn't do anything. He cried out, using the rage from that day to spit the lie out of his mouth. The lie he needed just like she needed. I've been training. To get stronger. Ditch that way if anything like that happens again, I can help. Inko looked up at him again, blinking tears away from her eyes. Oh. A relieved smile formed on her face. Oh, thank goodness. I was worried over nothing. Inko hugged Izuku, squeezing him tight. I'm glad that you're all right, and that you're working so hard because of the villain and Katsuki. Inko cupped Izuku's face with her hands, stroking his cheek. I'm proud of you, Izuku. She beamed, the tension in her shoulders easing. Izuku felt the muscles in his face strain to hold the forced smile. The relief on her face was a heavier weight than any punch, making his stomach clench. Anyways, I'm tired from training, so, can I go to bed early? He asked tentatively. He had to get out of here desperately. Inko nodded, stroking his head comfortingly. Of course, baby, rest well. Izuku hurried out of the kitchen and into his room. He quickly shut the door behind him and dove under the covers, fighting the urge to puke. He just lied to his mom when she was only worried about him. And now she'd think he was doing all this heroic training when he was really just playing villain. His chest burned, skin shallow, frantic gasps through a throat clamped shut with shame. The sobs were silent, but they racked his body under the thin sheet. He hated lying to his mom so much, but it was worth it for his friends, right? Izuku walked by cracked roads and rusty fencing while Himiko skipped beside him. She hopped over each gap, meticulously stepping around them. So how's school? Himiko asked, turning around and walking backwards to face Izuku. Oh, it was okay. We're doing an essay on some historic figures for history right now, but that's about it. What have you been up to? He asked, his mind floundering. Whenever his mom asked about his day, he always explained what happened and then asked her the same thing, but he wasn't sure if it applied to friendship. It was good. A twisted grin stretched over her face as she flushed red. I was able to get some cute girl's blood. Izuku shifted on his feet. He wasn't really sure how to respond to that. He'd never liked the idea of Himiko going around and hurting people, but at the same time, it brought her so much joy and he liked seeing her smile. That's great. He smiled awkwardly, trying to show support. Himiko beamed and tackled him with a spontaneous hug. Izuku yelped, stumbling back as he tried to catch her. He brought a hand to the rusty fence next to him, trying to stay steady as he returned the hug. She released him, only to grab his hand moments later and start running, dragging him through the cracked streets behind her. Now come on. Shigi has something exciting to tell you. Izuku and Himiko stepped into the bar, both of them grateful to be out of the sun. About time you two showed up. Shigaraki's pitchy voice sounded from inside the bar. He stood up from the couch, clawing into the dry skin of his neck. Midoriya, you're smart, right? Izuku blinked, startled by the question. I mean, I'm good at analysis, but I wouldn't say smart, he mumbled, causing Shigaraki to roll his eyes. Sure, all right, but tell me, what would you say are the pillars of hero society? There was a predatory gleam in Shigaraki's eyes, something malicious lurking inside. All Might for sure, he's the symbol of peace, so, Izuku mumbled, trying to think of something less obvious. No, that won't do. Shigaraki brought a hand up to his neck, angry red lines forming where he dragged his nails across his skin. All Might's too strong. Something else. Izuku blinked at the man's small tantrum before snapping back to attention and continued thinking. What was crucial for heroes? A prison, otherwise they'd have to kill all the villains they captured. They also needed high schools to grant hero licenses. But what were the largest symbols of those institutions? Oh, probably Tartarus Prison or UA Tartarus is the place where all the famous villains like Toxic Chainsaw are kept, and UA is where almost every successful hero comes from. The horrible sound of skin tearing slowed as Shigaraki considered Izuku's words, muttering to himself. Too strong, too annoying. I hate it. Shigaraki paused, narrowing his eyes. Wait, UA. Yeah, Irade is okay. It's annoying and full of smug hero hopefuls. We'll take that down first. Shigaraki looked up at Izuku once more. Midoriya, our goal as the League of Villains is to crush this disgusting hero society to the ground. To do that, we'll need to take down the 3 pillars you pointed out. We're starting on UA. So, how would you like to spy on them to help us? Izuku froze, staring at Shigaraki like a deer in headlights. Shigaraki wanted him to spy on U.A? That would mean entering U.A and sneaking information out so the League could do God knew what to them. He thought back to when the sludge villain attacked Katsuki, that desperate look in the blonde's eyes as he struggled and threw explosions everywhere. The desperate look in his eyes as the heroes did nothing. The hero society Izuku lived in now allowed pathetic people like that to become pros. A bitter look crossed over his face as he set his jaw. Izuku nodded, meeting Shigaraki's gaze. Okay, I'll spy on you. Which course are you gonna choose? Himiko asked, bouncing excitedly next to him. Izuku looked down again, his chest tightening. The child inside Izuku, the child he'd thought was dead, bubbled up. It held all of Izuku's forgotten dreams. Dreams of heroism and going to U.A with Katsuki. That child was already way ahead of Izuku, longing to fulfill its dreams in any way possible, even if it was as a spy. Hero course. His voice was small but his tone was sure. He wanted to go to the hero course. He wanted to prove to the world that they were wrong, while simultaneously taking them down. Alright, then we're set. A week had passed since Izuku put in his application for the U.A hero course. 7 whole days of anxiously waiting for any slimmer of a chance that what he'd wished for his whole life would come true. Izuku was back at the bar again, swiveling in his stool nervously. Sheesh kid, calm down, you'll make me seasick. Dabi grumbled, pulling a cigarette away from his lips with a sigh. I know Izuku's stomach turned. Would he really get in? Would he really become a hero despite what All Might had said? The thought was terrifying. It would have made joining the League pointless. He could have become a hero anyways. Izuku glanced over at Himiko, who was excitedly trying to help Kurogyari clean the bar, only to nearly drop every bottle in her vicinity in the process. A smile formed on his lips. It wouldn't have been entirely pointless, he had still made a friend. A beep from his phone jerked his attention away as he picked it up. Unlocking the screen, he clicked on the little bubble, finding an email from UA. Guys, U.A contacted me. The others instantly huddled around Izuku as he opened it up, his thumb shaking over the button. It was really happening, he might actually be a hero. According to national law, we are afraid we cannot allow you into the hero course. Quirkless people don't have a meta ability, making them vulnerable compared to other heroes. For fear of your safety, we can place you into an exam for another course, where your health will not be at risk. Izuku's breath hitched, his eyes and throat already starting to burn. He couldn't be a hero after all. All the excitement and all the hopes that had built up over the past week plummeted, plunging a hole straight through his heart. They hadn't even given him a chance. A chance to prove that he was more than just a quirkless weakling. It wasn't just All Might who thought quirkless couldn't be heroes. Kachin, the kids, at school, no one thought he could. Izuku swallowed, trying to stop his shoulders from shaking, desperately blinking tears from his eyes. Well, that's stupid. Shigaraki grumbled by Izuku's ear, reading the message over his shoulders. Yeah, at least give the poor kid a shot. What the f? Do they mean it's a law that quirkless can't be heroes? Dabi scoffed. That's so mean. Izukuan's really smart, he should be allowed in. Himiko pouted, crossing her cheeks and shooting glares at the phone. Izuku just looked at them all with wide, wet eyes. Why you mean you guys think that I can be a hero? His voice quivered. Even after what they'd said just now, he still expected a no. Everyone said no. Yeah. Why shouldn't you be one? I mean, you're smart enough to. Dabi shrugged, stating it like it was something obvious and not something that had plagued Izuku all his life. That's hero society for ya. Shigaraki scowled, his gaze turning into a sharp glare. All they care about is fame and what quirk you have. With a bad one, you're nothing. Himiko and Dabi's jaws tightened as both of them looked towards the ground. That caught Izuku's attention. Himiko he could understand, drinking blood for your quirk wasn't something regular people would accept, but what was wrong with Dabi's cremation quirk? So, Midoriya. Shigaraki turned to grin at Izuku. Ready to destroy this hero society together? He held out a fist, meeting Izuku's gaze. The others in the league put their fists out too. A grin stretched over Izuku's own face, mirroring Shigaraki's. He put out his own hand, meeting their fists in the middle. Yeah, let's destroy. What course will you enter now? Himiko asked, angling her head to the side. Who cares? Shigaraki snapped, leaving angry, red marks on his neck as he scratched. It just needs to work with the hero course so we get the info. If it doesn't, it's all pointless. Oh, then it can't be general studies because the only time they talk to the hero course students is at the sports festival, and if one of them moves into the hero course, Izuku murmured, the words tumbling out. The business course students sometimes interact with the hero course, since they measure their statistical value and potential. But the best one would be support course. We FING get it, you don't gotta go around mumbling every word you think. Dabi huffed, returning to his own seat and pulling the cigarette back to his lips. Sorry. Izuku's ears turned red with embarrassment as he bit his lip. I do that a lot. It's a bad habit. I think it's cute. Himiko beamed and wrapped her arms around Izuku in a quick hug before pulling back. Oh, thanks. Izuku's face turned even more red at the compliment. Everyone had always found his muttering annoying and weird. But Himiko liked it? Anyway, Dabi said, you're definitely smart enough for the support course. But do you even know how to make blueprints and all that shit? Izuku shook his head. Making support gear wasn't taught at his school, so he'd never bothered learning it. Dabi sighed, filling the air with the heavy scent of smoke. Fine, I know a guy who can help. I'll get you a meeting with him soon. When Dabi said soon, Izuku had not expected tomorrow. He paced the bar anxiously in his jeans and white t-shirt. It wasn't the most glamorous appearance, but it was the best he could manage without a full suit. A knock on the bar door signaled that Izuku's mystery teacher had arrived. A tall man with gray hair, a loose purple suit, and circular shades stepped in. Ah, so this is the kid, eh? Midoriya Izuku. The man held out a hand which Izuku took shakily. I'm Garen, pleasure to meet you. It's nice to meet you too. Izuku managed to squeak out. The older man was intimidating not maliciously, but with the same quiet authority Izuku felt whenever he had to meet with the principal for causing disturbances in class. So, Garen took a seat at the bar, lighting a cigarette and putting it into his mouth. What skills would you say you have? Oh, I am only good at analysis really. I brought one of my notebooks if you want to see. Izuku held out one of the hero analysis notebooks he'd made for the league. He'd spent hours researching so that he could give the league the best possible information. Garen took the notebook, flipping through the pages and skimming through the details. He handed it back to Izuku, a smirk on his lips. You're good at those. Gotta have high intelligence to notice details like that. I think you'll do fine in the support course. A smile twitched over Izuku's mouth, a warm bubble rising up in his chest. He always felt this way whenever he got praise. It was just such a rare thing that he'd rarely gotten throughout the course of his childhood. And he was here. Read up on these books. I also got a few video links you can watch. That'll get you the basics on support gear. When you finish, have Dabi arrange another meeting. Garen stood up, already making his way to the door. Izuku blinked in surprise. That was it? Izuku didn't want to say anything for fear of getting on his new mentor's bad side, so he kept quiet. Looking down at the stack of thick books and the slip of paper crammed with different tutorials, Izuku sighed. He had a lot of ground to cover. That night Izuku got to work immediately. He flipped through the pages, meticulously writing anything he thought was important into a notebook. He didn't want to highlight that information because that would be marking up Girin's books. Izuku read and read until he couldn't keep his eyes open any longer. His eyelids drooped and his head hung low as he nodded off. Catching himself, Izuku jerked up, trying to wake himself up. He didn't have time to sleep. The UA entrance exam was 6 months away. Only 6 months to learn and master an entirely new field of knowledge so that he could get in and help the league. Hunching over the book once more, Izuku picked up his pencil and continued studying deep into the night. That morning, Izuku's phone sang a cheery tune to wake him up for school. Groggily, he wiped his eyes and lifted his head. Looking around blearily, he saw his desk and an open book lying out in front of him. Sitting up in his chair, he cracked his back and groaned. He must have fallen asleep while reading over Girin's books. Izuku yawned and skimmed over the notes he'd made, trying to recover whatever knowledge he'd lost in his sleep-deprived state. Looking back at the book, he was proud to see that he'd read through most of it, with only a few chapters left. Grabbing the heavy book, he placed it inside his book bag, eager to read more during lunch. He needed to learn everything as quickly and thoroughly as possible. Anyone else trying out for the support course were already years ahead of Izuku. They'd likely taken after school classes for the majority of their youth, while Izuku had just been taking notes on heroes and dreaming for a life he'd never have. He'd work hard and do better. He had to get into the support course. He had to help his friends. A few days later, Izuku waited at the bar for Girin, anxiously reviewing his lengthy notes. He wanted to make absolutely sure he had everything down before the meeting. When Izuku was about to turn the page, the door opened and Girin stepped in. He wore the same loose suit as last time, though he also had a strange scarf wrapped around his neck that reminded Izuku of the intestines he'd dissected in science class. Girin sat down next to Izuku, the thick scent of smoke and cigarettes clinging to the man. "You read those faster than I expected," Girin said, leaning against the table and signaling to Kurogiri for a drink. "Why, I want to get better fast so—" His voice trailed off, doubt eating at him. What if he didn't improve fast enough? Or Girin decided he was a lost cause and stopped teaching Izuku? Good, I like punks with motivation. Girin grinned at Izuku. The man's words soothing some of his anxiety. "Now, let's get to business." Girin pulled out a large blue piece of paper, with a detailed drawing full of measurements and notes on it. Izuku realized that it was a blueprint. He'd read plenty about them from the books Girin had given him. They were great ways of planning out a new piece of equipment before actually building a prototype. "Midoriya, explain to me each part of this blueprint," Girin instructed, catching Izuku off guard. A pop quiz. Good thing Izuku had reviewed his notes just minutes ago. Izuku's hands trembled as he pointed to each section of the blueprint, explaining the different organizational structures. Girin nodded along with a smirk on his lips. "Good job, kid. Your homework now is to find 2 heroes, doesn't matter which ones, and make a new or improved piece of gear for them. It doesn't have to actually be possible, as long as it makes enough sense and your blueprints are good, then it's fine." Izuku nodded, running through lists of potential heroes in his mind. "Oh, and Midoriya." Girin's voice snapped Izuku's attention back to the present. "Here's my number, that way you can ask me any questions you need. And also give poor Dabi a break." Girin chuckled at that and Izuku nodded, smiling. Girin was giving Izuku a way to contact him. That meant that he really did want to be Izuku's mentor. Thanks." Izuku took the slip of paper in his hands and gently put it into his pocket, waving bye to his new teacher. Izuku sat down on his desk, still thinking of which pros he could do his homework on. When he thought of heroes, his mind couldn't help but drag back to that sludge villain attack. He grit his teeth. Those heroes really were disgusting. Those heroes were trained pros, and the situation wasn't even life-threatening for most of them. Yet they did nothing because their quirks weren't convenient. Izuku paused. There was one hero who did something, even if it wasn't much. Kamui Woods, Probably the only hero there who had any excuse to not involve himself in the fight was helping evacuate people from the buildings nearby. Kakin had caused tons of fires with his explosions while trying to escape the villain's grip. Those fires spread to the buildings nearby and would have probably hurt many people inside. Kamui Woods could have been burned and seriously injured helping those civilians, but he still worked to save them even if he couldn't engage the villain. Izuku appreciated that dedication. Izuku pulled out a notebook, opening a fresh page. He instantly started writing. If Kamui Woods could extinguish small fires, maybe he could have helped Katsuki that day. The hero needed a support item that could contain water. No, water was too heavy. It would limit his movements. Maybe something that could make water? Water was made of oxygen and hydrogen, two elements that were abundant in air. So if some sort of gear could take those atoms and turn them into water, then Kamui Woods would be able to extinguish flames and fix his weakness. With a smile, Izuku was about to start designing the actual gear for Kamui Woods when he remembered he needed a piece of gear for another pro too. Izuku's brow furrowed as he continued thinking. If you'd asked him a few months ago, it would be All Might without a doubt. But Izuku was still bitterly resentful of All Might crushing his dreams, even if those dreams hadn't been possible. Izuku sighed, unable to come up with anything. For inspiration, he opened up one of his old notebooks, reading through the different heroes he'd analyzed. One hero caught his attention, an underground hero. Eraserhead. Izuku had always admired Eraserhead. The man fought practically quirkless, which was incredible. He'd always been a hero who had given Izuku hope that he too had a chance. The problem with choosing Eraserhead was that the man was nearly invisible. There was barely anything about him online. The best information Izuku had on him was from a couple interviews of villains who'd been caught by the hero and a handful of blurry photos. Izuku did know his quirk, though. It allowed him to erase someone else's power as long as they were within his range of sight. Izuku didn't know the specifics. Did he need eye contact? Touch. But he knew Eraser had to keep his eyes open or the effect wore off. That must be incredibly difficult. Izuku's own eyes started to hurt after 30 seconds in a staring contest. He'd probably need something like eye drops to help keep his eyes open for so long, Izuku muttered while looking at his amateur sketch of the underground hero. The man had a pair of goggles as part of his costume. Maybe Izuku could redesign the goggles so they distributed eye drops constantly. That way Eraserhead could use his quirk longer. A week later, Izuku met up with Girin, bringing the blueprints he'd slaved over. He was really proud of his designs. It had taken him hours of researching and drawing to come up with something that was able to follow the laws of physics, even if the designs were far too difficult and expensive for anyone to properly build. Izuku fidgeted with the hem of his sleeves while Girin read over his work. He would normally be extremely anxious about screwing up, but surprisingly he wasn't. Izuku felt the same confidence with his blueprints as he felt with his analyses. Maybe he could make it into U.A. Good work. You've got good ideas and the thing with the eye drops might actually be possible. Girin commented, much to Izuku's delight. So, how about we try making that one together? Izuku's nervousness hit full force then. What if he screwed up? What if his hands shook and Girin had to do all the work? Every possible scenario of something going wrong flooded his mind when Girin started to chuckle. You don't need to worry so much. I'll be there to supervise. Izuku looked up, frowning. How'd you know I was worrying? You were muttering. Girin shrugged and smirked at Izuku. Izuku's face flushed red in mortification. Oh, well, Girin just laughed and patted his back. Nah, don't sweat it. Now, how about we start making those goggles you designed? Izuku nodded, steeling his nerves. He had to get better, and actually building something was the first step. Katsuki POV. Katsuki leaned back in his chair while the teacher droned on. Damen, he couldn't wait to get out of this school. It was only a week left until he would be free of FING Aldra Middle School. Then, in just a couple months, he'd crush the UA entrance exam and finally start making his way to becoming a pro. A grin twisted over Katsuki's face when the teacher clasped his hands together, jerking Katsuki's attention back to the board. With the end of the school year almost here, you all need to start considering your futures and what courses you'll enter. I'd pass out handouts for your future plans, but you're all pretty much planning to go for the hero course, right? The teacher says, grinning at his students. All the FING extras jumped up, the room exploding with their different unique quirks. Katsuki scoffed. Damn, these punks were annoying. Settle down, students. Remember, you're still not allowed to use your quirks on campus. The teacher reprimanded everyone as they all sank back into their seats. Katsuki scowled at his classmates' childish behavior. Those losers really thought they'd become heroes? What a joke. Teach, don't lump us all into one group. I'm not gonna be stuck at the bottom with the rest of these rejects. Katsuki sneered, ignoring the angry glares shot his way. Ah yes, you've got big dreams, Bakugo. Idata High is a very prestigious school. The teacher frowned, pushing up his glasses as he looked down at some papers. And here it says Midoriya is also trying out for UA. Katsuki froze along with the rest of the class. A beat of silence hung in the air before the other students burst into laughter. Katsuki didn't join in. All he could focus on was how that weak, quirkless loser could even think of applying to UA alongside Katsuki. Deku was even worse than the other extras. He was wimpy and didn't even have a quirk to help him. There was a loud, blaring beep from the speakers, signaling the end of school. Other students got up, still snickering to themselves about Deku's stupidity while Katsuki stayed behind. He turned back to see Deku packing notebooks into his bag. The nerd still had that new sparkle in his eyes. Clearly whatever the F was going on with him and that freaky bun beach was still happening. Katsuki pushed himself out of his chair and stormed over to Deku. Katsuki let his shadow loom over the smaller boy's desk as he glared down. You think Udare's gonna let a quirkless reject like you into their hero course? Katsuki grinned, ready to beat the crap out of Deku for even thinking of applying to UA. Huh? Deku looked up, his eyes widening, and he shrunk under Katsuki's glare. I'm not going to the hero course. Why, you don't need to worry. Deku murmured, refusing to meet Katsuki's gaze. The noise slipped out of Katsuki's mouth. There was no FANG way Deku would go for another course. When I grow up, I want to save people just like All Might, proclaimed a young boy with green hopeful eyes and a smile of gold. Deku's eyes were sparkling with an ambition and dream that none could rival. A deep-seated longing to help. As long as Katsuki could remember, Deku had always wished to be a hero. Even after he was diagnosed as quirkless, the dumbass had kept dreaming. That same ambition had stuck all throughout primary school and junior high, but now, it seemed gone. Like Deku had finally gotten over his foolish dream and chosen something else. I'm going to go to the support course at UA. Deku said excitedly, but his eyes didn't have the same fire they did when he spoke of heroism. What the actual F dash? Deku had always been behind Katsuki, right there following him. His chest tightened, the same way it had when he saw Deku with that creepy bun beach. Katsuki could remember Deku trailing after him like a pathetic puppy for their whole youth, but now he was going off on a different path. He wasn't aiming to be a hero anymore. Something dark and heavy seemed to rise in his chest, filling it up and blocking what little room for air Katsuki had left. The sludge turned and roiled in his chest, making him feel sick, but he couldn't let effing Deku see that. He could. Stay the F out of my way, ya hear? Katsuki snarled, turning and pounding his feet angrily against the ground. Something was up with Deku. There was no way that dumbass would just stop dreaming of heroism and choose something else. There was no way, right? Izuku POV. Izuku stared after Katsuki. Something was off. He seemed upset when he heard Izuku was going to the support course. Izuku frowned. He could have sworn Katsuki would have been happy that he was out of his way. With a sigh, Izuku just shook his head. He didn't have time to think about this. There were only 2 months until the entrance exam. He needed to focus. Izuku reached down into his bag, rearranging the blueprints he'd made. A small smile formed on his face as he looked down at them. Turns out, he quite enjoyed making blueprints, and he was also really good at them. Izuku loved taking notes on heroes, finding their weaknesses, and then developing a blueprint to fix that. It was mesmerizing to watch his ideas take shape into an actual design with notes and measurements. Building those designs wasn't as easy though. Izuku struggled constantly. He just kept messing up and needed Giran's help on almost every project he made. It was so aggravating. Giran said that Izuku was still new and doing well for the short time he'd been learning, but it was still frustrating. Every time he saw one of his creations fail or malfunction, it triggered something inside of him. It felt like there was a bubbling rage inside him that rose up and poured out as tears. At this rate, Izuku wouldn't pass the entrance exam, not unless he got better, and fast. Izuku stepped out of school and into the streets, staring down at his feet as he moved. Back when he still dreamed of heroism, he'd rarely walk with his head down. It was always up so that he could look around for any possible villain and hero fights to take notes on. But now, he had no such interest. He preferred to look down so he could think without distraction. He arrived at his apartment, seeing Inko working at the dining table. With a smile he put down his bag and sat next to her. "Hi Mom. How was work?" Inko startled, like she just noticed him. A warm smile spread over her own face as she saw Izuku. "It was great. How was school?" "Good. I was able to finish up this one blueprint that I've been working on." Izuku reached into his bag, taking out the rolled-up sheet and lying it out in front of his mom. When he told her he was interested in making support gear, she'd been thrilled. She'd gotten him all the paper he could need for it, rulers for measurements, and anything he mentioned needing. Izuku loved how much of a caring mother she was, but he also knew why she was supporting him so enthusiastically, more than what she should be. In reality, Inko was just glad her son no longer dreamed of heroism. She knew that it wasn't possible for a quirkless to be a pro, and she knew that even if Izuku did manage to enter the hero world, he could be gravely injured thanks to his disadvantage. She was grateful that he'd chosen a new future where he wouldn't be any danger, and one he could actually succeed in. Inko cooed over the design and Izuku shook away his nagging thoughts. He explained each piece of the design to her, happy to share all the details he'd worked so hard on earlier. When he finished chatting about his new blueprint, Izuku stood up, rolling the page up again. He knew Inko had work to do, and so did he. "I'm gonna go study in my room. Love you, Mom." Izuku smiled and headed to his room. Izuku looked around his room contentedly, walking over to his desk and sitting down. The place had been entirely transformed. Instead of All Might posters, there were blueprints taped to the walls. Shelves that once housed action figures now held small little gadgets Izuku made or found useful to reference. And the floor was now painfully messy with gears and bolts and wires from all his projects. He'd have to clean that soon, but it could wait. He looked down at his desk, where he was struggling to assemble a small, shaky holograph machine. His blueprint was right in front of him, detailing great, clear measurements and materials. It shouldn't have been this difficult to build. But it was. Izuku grit his teeth and leaned down again, slotting some mirrors back into place. He would get this. He would get better at making gear and he'd pass the entrance exam to you, and he'd finally be a proper member of the league. Izuku hunched over his test sheet, scribbling out answers onto the page. He took a sip of water, trying to ease the sickening churning of his stomach. Flipping over his scratch paper, he jotted down the question and read it under his breath. Reading things out loud had always helped him actually think the problem over instead of just glazing past it without any thought. Slowly, his scratch paper filled up with problem after problem, the packet piling up with answers. Turning onto the final page, Izuku glanced up at the clock. 20 minutes. Damn it, he wouldn't have enough time to fully double-check his work. Gritting his teeth, Izuku hurriedly answered the final questions and reviewed the equations that had given him the most trouble. It didn't matter if he passed the practical if he failed the written exam. All right, pencils down, students. I'm so glad to see all of you working so diligently. It turns me on. The R-rated hero shouted out as a loud buzzer went off. Izuku swallowed and put down his pencil, letting the robots pick up his test and turn it over to midnight. Izuku's face was pale, nervous thoughts clinging to the edges of his mind. What if he didn't get in? What if he failed the written or practical exams? Then he'd fail the league, he'd stay a useless, worthless Deku his whole life. His vision started to blur, anxiety about to swallow him whole. Izuku-e in a shaky breath, clenching his hands and digging his nails into the flesh of his palm. The pain grounded him, bringing him back to the moment. Izuku stood up, following the other examinees out, blinking the remaining tears from his eyes as he followed them to the cafeteria. Izuku walked out of the testing building and through the concrete paths, towards the main building. Looking up, he was greeted by 4 iconic towers and a giant Uthata sign on the front. Izuku couldn't look away as he kept moving forward. He just couldn't believe that he was actually here. He was here on the Uthata campus and taking the entrance exam, what he'd dreamed for his whole life. Sure, he wasn't testing for the same course he'd originally planned, but he was still testing for the UA. A breath of awe escaped him and a smile broke out on his face. He was glad he could see the school, even if he didn't pass, but he hoped he wow. A yelp tore from his throat as he tripped, starting to plummet towards the ground. He squeezed his eyes shut and stuck his hands out in front of him to hopefully catch his fall. Nothing happened. His hands never met the ground. Izuku peeked one eye open, to find the floor just sitting there, no longer rushing up at him. Izuku's eyes were wide open by now and he looked around in confusion. "Are you okay?" A soft voice asked, warm hands readjusting him so his feet were on the ground again. "I stopped you with my quirk. I'm sorry I didn't ask first, but I figured you wouldn't mind me catching you." Izuku looked up at the girl who helped him. She had a round face and smooth brown hair that crowned her face. All the blood in his body suddenly rushed up into his head, making Izuku lightheaded. I am Waya. Thanks." Izuku stuttered out. He's never spoken to a girl before, well aside from Himiko, but Himiko was a unique case considering the whole villain thing. "Oh good. Are you heading to lunch? Wanna walk together?" the girl asked, smiling sweetly at Izuku. "Oh, I'm sure." Izuku followed after her shyly, not sure of what to say. Thankfully, before the awkward silence had time to settle, the girl spoke. "I'm Ochako Uraraka. What's your name?" Izuku blinked. Ochako Uraraka. It was a pretty name. I am Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Uraraka." Izuku gave her what he hoped was a welcoming smile, praying that he didn't look as flustered as he felt. Uraraka smiled and kept walking. "Are you here for the hero course exam? I didn't see you during the practical this morning." "Oh, no, I am trying out for the support course. We had our written exam just now. Weird that you guys were doing the practical one. I thought you had multiple examination halls." Izuku murmured, his thoughts already leaving his mouth. "How weird. Well, I think it's cool that you're heading to the support course. If I get in, maybe you could help me design my costume." Uraraka beamed at Izuku, her words friendly and supportive. A small frown tugged at Izuku's lips. Uraraka said if she made it in, she hadn't even questioned whether Izuku would get in or not, just assumed yes. The thought made something warm rise up in his chest. She must be really trusting if she thought he'd get in without even seeing his skill level. That would be cool. Izuku smiled down at her. Oh, but earlier, how did you stop my fall? Why, you said it had to do with your quirk? Do you mind if I ask what it is? My quirk's called zero gravity. When I touch something with all 5 of my fingers, I can make gravity stop working on that object, or person, and make them float. Uraraka beamed until an awkward expression crossed over her face as she cringed. But if I carry too much I get really nauseated. Peh. Izuku blinked, questions already tumbling around in his head, tangling and bumping into each other. How much weight could she carry? Did she completely cancel out gravity or just partially? If so, could she control how much gravity she took away? You're getting a little intense there, Midoriya. Uraraka said with a nervous chuckle as Izuku's head jerked up again. His cheeks colored red with embarrassment as he realized he'd been mumbling. Sorry, I have a bad habit of muttering whenever something interests me, Izuku murmured, looking down at the ground in shame. It had always been something other kids whispered about, laughing at him about it behind his back. No worries. I think it's cute. Uraraka giggled before her cheeks flushed a deep pink color and her eyes grew wide. But not like cute, just cute. Oh, I know. Uraraka squeaked, waving her hands frantically. Izuku felt light-headed again with how much he was blushing now. You are Waya. Izuku's frantic, pitchy voice responded and he winced. He sounded worse than Shigaraki. The two of them continued their walk to the cafeteria in silence after that, both of them too flustered to continue talking. They entered the large hall together and got their lunches. Izuku had a bowl of steaming hot rice with vegetable stir-fry. Next to the mouth-watering meal was a bowl of warm, fragrant miso soup. Uraraka, who sat across from him, had a noodle beef stir-fry and some miso soup of her own. "Oh wow! This looks so good, and it's all free too," Uraraka exclaimed with glee, looking down at her food with a grateful look. Izuku smiled and nodded, taking a bite out of his stir-fry. The food hit his tongue, tasting absolutely heavenly. The different tastes blended together perfectly, while still allowing him to make out each vegetable's flavor. Uraraka took a bite of her own food, her face lighting up with joy. "It tastes even better than it looks. If we get into Yuga, we can eat this for lunch every day," Uraraka said, her mouth full of beef and noodles, making her cheeks puff out slightly. "Well, let's hope we pass." Izuku giggled and smiled at Uraraka while she grinned back. She made idle chatter with him as they continued to eat their godly meals, and Izuku happily listened. He decided he quite liked Uraraka. She was sweet and energetic, reminded him of Himiko in a way. A much softer, gentler Himiko. They finished their food and put up their trays, the lunch break almost ending. "Good luck on your exam," Uraraka called out, beaming at Izuku. "You'll do great." Izuku in a breath at the encouragement, a warm smile forming on his own face. "You will too. You'll get into the hero course, I'm sure of it." They both walked off, Uraraka heading to the examination hall, and Izuku towards the support course practical. Entering the giant room was like walking into some strange, sci-fi dream. Tons of tables were laid out on the floor, each one equipped with basic tools from rulers to high-power cutting torches. In the front and back of the room were giant shelves housing every possible kind of material you would need to build something. Giran would have a field day in here. Dazed, Izuku walked up to a table and sat down, waiting as other examinees trickled in. All the tables were angled towards a podium with a microphone resting on a stand. Strangely, the stand was set to hold the microphone really low to the ground, only a meter high at most. Before Izuku could start muttering questions, a tiny man stepped up on the podium and towards the microphone. Izuku narrowed his eyes. No, it wasn't a man. It was a strange sort of rodent. The creature had the body of a rat, except his ears were rounded like a bear's. They also wore a black suit with long white sleeves and a red tie. The thing looked familiar, like someone Izuku had seen on TV before. Izuku blinked, realization dawning on him. That was Principal Nedzu, some strange animal with a quirk that gave him intelligence stronger than a human's. And more importantly, he was the leader of High School. "Hello students. I'm Principal Nedzu and I'll be explaining your exam for today," the rodent said cheerfully, ignoring the surprised gasps that escaped some students' lips. After all, very few people knew what the principal of A looked like. It wasn't that Nedzu kept himself secret, but since the teachers dealt with the press, Nedzu never spent much time in the public eye. In today's exam, you will all be randomly assigned a hero course examinee and watch our recorded footage of them from this morning's hero practical exam. Izuku's eyes widened. So that was why the hero course students didn't take the written exam with the support examinees. Because the support course exam needed the footage. You will then create a machine to help that student. It can be a machine to help them out of a certain situation they have trouble in, a basic machine that would help anybody in this exam, or one tailored to that student's quirk. You will have 4 hours to create a blueprint, a working prototype of this machine, and then an explanation for how to use your gear. I wish you all the best of luck and look forward to seeing some of you here at High. With that, the principal hopped off the podium and padded away. Izuku swallowed nervously. He had to actually build something for this. He knew he'd have to, but he'd still hoped it would just be about blueprints and designing. At least they had some blueprints involved in the test that could earn him points even if his actual invention didn't. Izuku turned to look at a wide computer screen in front of him. On it, a video flickered to life. Izuku couldn't help but hope he got Uraraka, and was disappointed to see a complete stranger. It was a boy with a strong body, a square jaw, and what appeared to be a head made of some sort of rock. Izuku watched the boy, grabbing a piece of paper next to him and started writing, muttering to himself as he wrote. The boy had a soft demeanor. He wouldn't step up and fight a robot if someone else was already fighting it. So he's shy, Izuku murmured, writing something down when he heard the kid speak. Throughout the whole footage, the boy hadn't spoken once. The kid wasn't quiet with it either, although he looked nervous, like he'd rather not be so loud. The kid screamed, the noise quieted by the computer's sound stability so it wouldn't bother other contestants. "Please, come help me fight these robots," the boy shouted, his hands cupped over his mouth, trying to make as much noise as he possibly could. He was asking for help, but none of the other contestants would do anything. Izuku was sure of that. The boy had to know it too, so it had to be part of his quirk. A shrill caw sounded from the video as birds flew down from the sky. Pigeons dived onto the robots while woodpeckers poked at the delicate wires. Izuku's eyes widened in awe as he wrote down notes. The boy had been asking animals for help. Questions already filled Izuku's mind, each one desperate for answers. Did he need to give a verbal command, or was it easier to reach animals that way? Did animals always do what the boy asked, or was it a 50-50 sort of thing? Words tumbled out of Izuku's mouth as he theorized, continuing the footage and writing down anything that popped into his head. But what sort of support item would the boy need? Izuku frowned. The boy's only issue throughout the exam was that he wouldn't take down robots if someone else was dealing with them, but a piece of gear wouldn't fix shyness. Maybe just make something that would help the boy's quirk? Izuku paused, tapping his pencil on the paper before diving back in. Assuming the boy gave instructions with verbal commands, any animals who couldn't hear him wouldn't respond, so some sort of speaker would help. But a speaker wasn't really impressive, at least, not enough to get him into UA. Izuku sighed and let his mind picture the quirk in different scenarios. If the boy was fighting a villain and asked animals to do a certain attack, the villain could hear what attack the animals would do and avoid it. So some form of encryption would help, but how could Izuku encrypt the boy's words while still keeping the quirk's ability intact? A high-pitch, screeching noise cut off Izuku's train of thought. The sound ground into his ears, barely audible with how high it was. The sound was caused by some girl across the room. She had vibrant pink hair and wore these unique, steampunk-style goggles. The girl seemed to have screwed something up, because there was a concerning amount of smoke coming off of a design she made. She sprayed water onto the prototype, the screeching slowly fading and ultimately coming to a halt. Izuku exhaled in relief before he thought of something. The noise made from that girl's machine had been so high-pitched that he almost couldn't hear it, but animals had a higher range for sound waves. That meant that if Izuku transformed the boy's words into a frequency so high-pitched that it was outside of the human's range, but still within other animals' ranges, then all of the boy's commands wouldn't be overheard by villains. Izuku grabbed another sheet of paper, starting to sketch out his plan. He easily created his blueprint, months of practice flowing out onto the page. Adding in the final measurements, Izuku smiled at his finished work. Looking up at the time, his smile fell. He only had 3 hours left to build his design. That wasn't nearly enough. It took him days to build a single prototype with Giran's help. Panic clawed up Izuku's throat and his breathing quickened. "Silly Izuku-kun, you gotta relax and think." Himiko's voice chirped cheerfully in his head, reminding him of long days training at the beach. Izuku sighed in a deep breath. Right, he had to calm down. If he didn't keep a clear head, he wouldn't make it into UA. With renewed determination, Izuku got up and stepped over to the front of the room. Looking up at the shelves upon shelves of materials, Izuku gulped. This was a lot larger than Giran's storage room. Izuku got to reading the different labels, finally sorting out all the materials he'd need for his device. Izuku laid the materials out in front of him, getting straight to work. He cut them into different sizes and built the frame of his machine. Thankfully, Irade had some pre-made pieces of gear that Izuku could use. There was a small headset with a microphone attached. Izuku carefully removed it from the earpiece, leaving just the mic. He then constructed a small hook to attach the mouthpiece to attach to the boy's face. After that was the hard part. Izuku stared down at the wires in front of him. He had to find a way to somehow move the boy's voice outside of a human's hearing range. Izuku chewed his lip. He remembered creating a small voice-changing device with Giran. It could change the pitch and tone of someone's voice and turn it into someone else's. All Izuku had to do was replicate that and make it a lot higher. Izuku wiped a drop of sweat off his brow. Checking the time, his heart almost stopping. 10 minutes left. Izuku took another shaky breath, looking down at his contraption. Instantly, he started to write down a rushed explanation of how to use the device. With such little time, he wouldn't even be able to reread his instructions and make sure they were comprehensible. Barely finishing in time, frustrated tears filled Izuku's eyes as the buzzer went off, signaling the end of the exam. He was ushered outside of the examination room with the other contestants, his hands fisted in his pants. He had so little time, he was sure that his design would have some sort of error, or that the instructions he'd made would be confusing and make him lose points. Swallowing, Izuku walked away. All he could do now was pray that he got in. Pray that he could help the league. Izuku sat down on the mossy, stone edge of the koi pond. He smiled down at the fish, watching them swim around and chase each other. They turned, looking up at him with their wide eyes and gaping mouths. Tossing some fish food into the pond, Izuku felt a warmth bubble inside him. Before, these poor fish had been starving, but ever since Izuku was accepted into the league, he'd been feeding them every day after school. Now they were full and energetic, able to swim around the pond free of hunger. But Izuku wasn't a student at Aldra Junior High anymore. He was worried the teachers wouldn't let him onto school grounds anymore. Then who would feed the fish? Izuku's smile fell as he turned to look at the pristine white envelope in his hands. It had a red seal closing it, making everything seem that much more official. He swallowed. The letter had arrived this morning, but he hadn't opened it yet, waiting to meet up with the league first. They were the only reason he'd gotten this far. He wanted to share this moment with them, even if it was one of failure. Izuku stroked the paper with his thumb and stood up, walking past the back gate of Aldra and into the streets of Masudafu. Izuku tucked the letter into his pocket and kept walking, anxiety clawing at him. What if he didn't make it in? Would the league get rid of H? Izuku jerked his head and glared at the ground, forcefully cutting off that thought. No, Himiko wouldn't let them. And Dabi seemed to like Izuku too. He wouldn't get kicked out, he was sure of it. Oi, Deku! A rough voice growled and Izuku looked up from his shoes. His gaze was met with a fiery red glare and a twisted sneer. Katsuki's eyes gleamed as though he was a predator who finally found a piece of prey to chew on. Why the F, are you going to the support course, huh? Katsuki snarled, grabbing Izuku by the collar of his shirt and slamming him against a fence. The rusty wires scraped against Izuku's back, stingy and painful. You've always been chasing after me, trying to get into the hero course. The hell do you get out of pulling this sheet now? A deep loathing burned in Katsuki's gaze, making Izuku shrink down and press himself against the fencing. Kaken W, what do you mean? I can't go to the hero course. It's not possible for a quirkless to be a hero. Izuku's voice trailed off as he started to choke up. Now was not the time to start crying. Katsuki already thought he was weak enough. Katsuki narrowed his eyes, his grip tightening on Izuku's shirt. So, I decided to try to make support gear. That way I can help heroes like you, Kaken. Izuku smiled shakily at Katsuki. Even if the real reason he chose the support course was to help the league, it would still be nice to help pros, the good ones like Kamui Woods. Bullshit. Katsuki shouted, blistering heat crackling by Izuku's neck from where Katsuki's hand was tightly gripped onto his shirt. Izuku winced as the small explosion started to turn his skin pink and raw. But Kaken. Izuku tried to pull away, only to grit his teeth in pain as the heat grew stronger. F you Deku. Katsuki released Izuku and stormed off, slouching as he left. Izuku put a hand up to his lightly burned skin, tenderly rubbing it to soothe the stinging pain. It was always like this. Katsuki would attack, unprovoked, and then simply leave after roughing Izuku up a little. Izuku-in. Izuku jumped, turning around to see Himiko run over to him. Her eyes were wide with concern as she wrapped her arms around him. Hi Himiko. Izuku forced a smile, subtly readjusting his collar to hide the minor burns. Did she see that? Was that why she was so worried? Izuku-kun, who was that? Himiko pulled back, staring Izuku dead in the eyes, her face serious. Why was he hurting you? Oh, that was Keikaken. He's an old friend of mine. Izuku murmured, looking down. So she had seen. Why was he hurting you? Himiko repeated, a dangerous glint in her eyes as a shadow fell over her face. He just does that sometimes. I'm fine though. It barely hurts, I'm used to it. Izuku hurried out, putting on another smile to hopefully calm Himiko down. Come on, we should get going. The others are probably waiting. Izuku-kun, Himiko frowned and Izuku swallowed. He didn't want to talk about Katsuki right now though. He didn't want his old friendship with the explosive boy affecting his new one in any way. Come on. He kept walking towards the bar, hoping Himiko would drop it. Izuku. A hand grabbed his wrist, stopping him. Izuku stopped and turned around, anxiety about to swallow him whole. Himiko had only called him by his real name once, and that was when she asked to be on first-name basis with him. She had to be serious about this. Tell me if anyone hurts you. Please, Izuku? Himiko asked, her eyes wide and desperate as Izuku swallowed. She cared. She cared about him getting injured, about him getting bullied. Nobody had cared before, not the teachers let alone students. She did. I will. I promise. Izuku smiled and she smiled back, taking his hand in hers. All right, then let's go. Himiko held open the bar door, letting Izuku walk in first. Everyone was waiting, and Izuku was happy to see Giran there too. He'd grown close with the man after months of his tutoring. Izuku was glad he'd be here to see if Izuku got into you, or not. Dabi and Giran were leaning against the wall, both with cigarettes hanging from their mouths. Wisps of smoke curled above them while Kurojari cleaned the counter. Shigaraki, instead of playing games like usual, was pacing around the couch, muttering to himself. Izuku swallowed. Shigaraki was always scary when he did that. The villain got so intense whenever something annoyed him, muttering murderous threats under his breath. Shigaraki's head snapped up the second Izuku stepped inside. His hands flew to his neck, scratching violently as he spotted the envelope peeking out of Izuku's pocket. Finally, you're here. Come open the letter. Shigaraki snapped, walking over to Izuku. The others followed, crowding around him. With shaky hands, Izuku gently broke the seal and opened the envelope. Strangely enough, there was no letter inside, but instead a small, polished metal disc. What is it? Shigaraki grumbled, reaching out and poking the object. At the touch, the disc suddenly started to shake and glow, twitching around in Izuku's hand. With a yelp, he released it and the thing clattered to the floor, a glowing hologram lighting up above it. Izuku stared at it in awe as the pixels took shape in the air, revealing Principal Nedzu on the makeshift screen. Izuku had seen holograms before while learning under Giran. He'd even tried to make something similar. But the projectors were always large and clunky, the size of a book at the smallest, nothing like this small disc that could fit inside his palm. Hello there. It's me, the principal. The holographic Nedzu announced, waving a paw in the air. Weird. How come the principal's giving you this message? Shouldn't it be your future teacher or something? Dabi murmured, narrowing his eyes at the video. Now I'm sure you're wondering why I'm here instead of some teacher. I must say I'm quite fond of the support course, so I end up making most of the letters for any students who I think have potential. The principal explained, having anticipated their reactions and added answers into the clip. His quirk was incredible. A bubble of joy filled Izuku's chest at Nedzu's praise. He thinks I have potential. Tears were filling Izuku's eyes, but he barely noticed. All he could focus on was the hologram. You passed with a remarkable score on your blueprint. Talent like this is most deserving of UA. So, welcome, Izuku Midoriya, to U.A High. And remember, go beyond, plus ultra. Nedzu pumped a fist in the air before the hologram winked off, disappearing. I knew you could do it, Izuku-kun. Himiko beamed, pulling Izuku into a hug and squeezing him tight. Girin laughed and put a congratulatory hand on Izuku's head, ruffling his hair. Good job, kid, told you you'd make it. Girin grinned and Izuku smiled, hugging Himiko back and wiping his tears away. To celebrate, I brought us all some donuts. Girin pulled out a box, opening it and revealing the glazed and sprinkled pastries. What, cake is too expensive? Dabi teased, chuckling while taking a donut, biting into it. Izuku giggled and took his own. Thanks, Girin-sensei. Izuku smiled up at his mentor and the man scoffed. I told you to stop calling me sensei, it makes me seem old. Girin grumbled while Himiko snickered. You are though. She smirked, grabbing a donut and hopping back before Girin could swat at her. Warmth filled Izuku's chest as he watched them, a few more cracks in his heart healing. A hand landed on his shoulder, making him JRK and whip around. Shigaraki stood there, staring down at Izuku with a grin. You're an official league member now, got a mission and everything. Shigaraki cackled and Izuku grinned. He finally was a true member. He could finally help his friends. Katsuki POV. Katsuki paced his room, gnashing his teeth together. What the hell was that useless BSTRD plotting? Deku's dream was to become a hero, a ridiculous, impossible dream, but still his dream. There was no way he'd just quit. The BSTRD had always followed Katsuki like a shadow. It didn't matter how many times Katsuki beat him down, he just kept coming back. So what the F? Did Deku mean he couldn't be a hero? Katsuki growled, his hands crackling with an explosive rage. He looked up at the unused, red punching bag hanging from the ceiling. His parents had gotten it in hopes Katsuki would punch his anger out on the thing instead of on people. Out of spite, Katsuki hadn't touched it, said that his parents thought he had to let out his energy, or some bullshit like that. But right now, Katsuki needed to punch something. To punch something hard. He pictured Deku's shitty smile in his mind as he punched. Katsuki hit the bag, pounding his fists against it over and over and over again. That shitty Deku! He shouted, pulling back with a huff. He couldn't breathe. That vile, rotting sludge was back, rearing its ugly head. Katsuki choked on the sludge in his chest, trying desperately to hack air into his lungs. The sludge was making Katsuki's stomach churn as bile rose to his throat. He hated it. He hated it so effing much. It made him feel so helpless. Useless. It was sickening. Katsuki's shoulders shuddered and he screamed, throwing another punch at the bag, putting everything he had into it. He thought of Deku entering the support course instead of trying to follow Katsuki like always, slamming his fist into the bag. He punched with everything he had, trying desperately to beat away that sludge, the same way he got rid of everything that bothered him. He threw punch after punch, but the sludge just kept rising, swallowing Katsuki whole. This was all that goddamn nerd's fault. It had to be. Deku was supposed to grovel after him. He was meant to chase after Katsuki just like he always did. The extra was switching paths just to throw him off. Katsuki growled, glaring at his now beat and broken punching bag. Deku was the reason he felt this sickening sludge, and that BSRD was going to pay for it. Katsuki would make sure he regretted toying with him. So why did the thought make the sludge boil up even higher? Izuku walked up to the giant gates of High. The weight of his new uniform on his shoulders forcing the fact to sink in. He was at Yuta. He was really here. Stepping through the gates, Izuku looked around, seeing the school differently than he had at the entrance exam. The place was so crowded now. Sure, it had been crowded during the exams. Thousands of people tried out for Yuta, but it was different. Instead of the nervous uncertainty of the examinees, there was just the warmth of people who already belonged, upperclassmen who called Yuta home. Something Izuku would one day do too. Students in Yuta uniforms milled around the yard and teachers were hurrying to their classes. Not just regular teachers either, all of them were pro-heroes. Izuku's eyes lit up as he looked around. So many of them were here. Talking to a few upperclassmen was a tall man with a blocky body made of gray cement. Cementos, the concrete hero. The hero had single-handedly built almost every training set he used for its hero program. Without him, EA wouldn't be able to do such risky stunts with their mock sets. Sitting under a tree with a book resting in his palm was a man in a large cloak with an almost skull-like mask. Ectoplasm, the multi-hero. Excitement buzzed under Izuku's skin. He would really be attending school with all these heroes. Heroes he would soon have to spy on. Guilt ate at his heart as his stomach dropped. What would happen to everyone here? Because of the info he gave the League. He couldn't think about that now. If he acted off in any way, the teachers might start to question him. Izuku grabbed the horrible feeling and stuffed it into a box inside him, locking it away and moving on. He hurriedly entered one of the 4 iconic towers of Udere, stepping inside the support building. Making his way through the halls, Izuku scanned the doors. Each one was massive, looming over him like a gateway to a giant's lair. He swallowed as he looked up at them, feeling dwarfed in the mighty doors and the mighty expectations that came with Yue. Skiing in a shaky breath, Izuku pushed the door open, which was surprisingly light compared to its size. Unlike the doors at Aldera, which would let out high-pitched whines whenever they were used, this one glided open on smooth hinges without a single squeak. Inside, he was startled to find pop-up tables low to the ground with legless tatami chairs placed in front of them. It was quite the unusual setup for a classroom, far more homey than the regular desks and chairs. The floor tables were arranged to have 2 people sit together in a sort of partner system. On the table lay a small name tag, showing each student where to sit. Izuku hunted for his own name, weaving between other tables and the students already sitting on them. Izuku finally found his seat and sat down, sitting cross-legged on the tatami chair. He turned around to greet his partner, who was already present. It was a girl with vibrant pink hair that settled just below her shoulders. Her eyes were yellow with strange, almost crosshair-shaped irises that seemed to zoom in on him as he sat. Izuku's eyes widened as he recognized her. She was that girl in the entrance exam whose machine malfunctioned and made that ear-piercing screech. Without that, Izuku wasn't sure if he'd have made a design creative enough to get into UA. "Hey there. I'm Mei Hatsum, nice to meet you." The girl grinned and grabbed Izuku's hand, shaking with quick and snappy motions. "So you're into support gear too?" Her eyes gleamed, almost reminding Izuku of Himiko when she saw blood. Izuku just smiled and nodded, about to speak before Hatsum continued, barreling over him. "That's great. I love building things. It always makes me so happy whenever my babies work." She sighed dreamily and Izuku startled. "Bee babies?" He squeaked, "Where had that come from?" "My invention's Greenie." Izuku sputtered at the nickname. It was worse than Himiko's. But before he could retaliate, she was already moving on without waiting for a response. "I can't wait to use the tools here. It was so exciting back at the entrance exam. I kept getting distracted and ended up making more babies than I planned to." Hatsum laughed and grinned while Izuku stared at her. "Why, you made multiple pieces of gear?" Izuku couldn't believe it. He'd struggled to just make one. How could she make more in just the 4 hours they were given? "You didn't?" Hatsum raised an eyebrow at him and Izuku shifted under her stare. Was he supposed to make more? A cold bead of sweat rolled down his neck and he swallowed. Had others done that? Was he the only one who had settled for making one piece of gear? Not very good at building things," Izuku mumbled, looking down, only for Hatsum to burst out laughing. She threw her head back and laughed, the sound filling the room and turning multiple heads. Oh, that's gold." Hatsum leaned forward and tilted her head at Izuku, studying him. "You've got to be decent if you got into UA. We're the best of the best." Izuku just glanced away. He knew she was right, that he had to have done something right on the entrance exam because Netsu had made the acceptance letter himself. But deep down, some part of him still felt off. Like he stuck out from all the other students, an imposter that didn't belong here. An imposter that didn't deserve to belong. Anyways, Hatsum jumped forward in the conversation, talking animatedly. "For the exam we had to make blueprints, which makes no sense." She made a wild gesture with her hands, her eyes dead set with passion. "Support gear is all about following your gut and just making things. Not planning." Izuku shifted uncomfortably. The blueprint was probably the main thing that got him admitted into UDA. Giran had said it was his greatest strength. I think the planning part's really important though, Izuku murmured, choosing to study the lines on the table over looking at Hatsum. Pisich, no it isn't. Hatsum argued and Izuku bit his lip. Maybe he shouldn't have said anything. What if Hatsum didn't want to be his friend after this? An awkward silence hung in the air before Izuku realized she was waiting for him to continue. Weird, so far all she'd done was rush over his every sentence. I mean, if you're making something for a pro, they're gonna want to see what you made before using it. And if there's something about your design that they don't like, it's a lot easier to change it on paper than it is on a prototype. Plus planning things out helps me, Izuku explained, his voice trailing off near the end. He winced, waiting for her to laugh. Hatsum probably thought he was dumb now. His argument felt fragile and weak compared to her raw confidence, especially that last bit. I guess that makes sense. Hatsum's words caught Izuku off guard and he looked up at her. She agreed with him? She didn't think he was stupid? Izuku blurted out, his face flushing at his unsophisticated response. I guess it is easier to change stuff on paper, but I wouldn't. It's too boring, nothing like inventing. Hatsum grinned at him and Izuku returned a shaky smile. She really had seen his point. Sure, she didn't personally follow it, but she hadn't shot him down. His smile turned more genuine as he listened to Hatsum continue her constant ranting, happy to let her take the lead for now. There was a cough at the front of the class and Izuku jerked his gaze upwards, seeing a man with a yellow helmet that resembled an excavator's digging bucket. Hello there, students. I'll be your homeroom teacher this year. You can call me Power Loader or Majima-sensei. The man announced and Izuku's eyes widened. He'd heard of Power Loader before. While learning under Giran, he'd researched many amazing inventors who credited Power Loader with their success. They all spoke wonders of the teacher, saying how much he helped them learn back in their first year. Izuku couldn't believe that the man was going to be his teacher. Now, we're going to review the class syllabus real quick and then we're heading off to the first year's induction. Power Loader grinned mischievously at them from under his mask before pressing a button on the wall. Izuku blinked at the button curiously when a buzzing noise filled the room. Machines unfurled from the wall, papers being held in them as claw-like arms tossed them at the students' desks. The papers soared through the air, landing right on Izuku's desk, and he stared at it, questions already filling his mind. The papers had been tossed in the air, forming a sort of arc as they fell. That wasn't how paper usually behaved. Normally it fluttered around obnoxiously before landing in the opposite direction that was intended. Izuku looked down at the paper more closely, seeing that the front corners of the paper were covered in a sort of plastic coating. Izuku took the coating and slipped it off the page, finding that it had a good amount of weight on it. So they'd added a weight to let the paper be tossed properly. Smart. Izuku, look at those babies. Who do you think made them? I have to talk to them. Hatsum's eyes were shining as she bounced eagerly in her chair, bumping accidentally against Izuku. He felt heat rush up to his cheeks at her words. She was calling him by his first name, not even bothering to use his family name. The parallels between her and Himiko were just getting stronger the longer he spoke to Hatsum. Why, yeah, they're super cool. Izuku agreed, shaking off the surprise and hoping the blush tinting his cheeks had eased. Izuku stared down at the paper again, letting the questions tumble around in his mind until he noticed Hatsum's gaze on the front. Looking up, he realized that Power Loader had continued on with his lesson while Izuku had been engrossed in his mind. His cheeks flushed red again in embarrassment. Only the first day and he was already zoning out. He couldn't afford to do that if he wanted to be of any use to the league. That machine there was made by a second-year student so that they wouldn't have to pass out papers. Soon you kids will make things just like this. Now, time for the syllabus. Power Loader explained. Forcing down the questions in his mind, Izuku locked his attention onto the teacher, listening to every word as they went over the class expectations. He was surprised to learn that there were hardly any extra rules. Of course, there were basic things like finishing your work on time and treating others well, but other than that there wasn't much. The lab and classroom were open for whenever students needed it from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m., which was insane. Usually students could maybe stay behind for an hour or two after class, not 5. Any inventions you thought of were fair game to make however you liked, and you could ask the teacher for help on any one of them. Outside of the core classes, they would also be taught blueprint design and the basics of how to create machines. The rest of the school day was just for them to do whatever they wanted. Izuku stared at those words for far longer than he should have. He was sure other students were too. Power Loader laughed at the front of the class. Now I know none of you are used to that, but the support course is the strangest course in any high school ever. It's even stranger than the hero course. Of course I may throw in a lesson here and there during all that free time, but most of it is just for you to create blueprints and explore the lab. Power Loader informed, his voice coated in amusement at the students' shock. They really would spend 3 hours of the school day doing whatever they wanted? Izuku couldn't believe it. That was almost half of the school day. No, it was half if you included lunch. Half his time at school was just time to do whatever he wanted. Izuku's mouth practically gaped open, his expression matching that of many of his peers. Hatsum, on the other hand, was laughing, clearly eager to abuse the newfound freedom they would have. All right. Power Loader clasped his gloved hands together as he drew everyone's attention back to him. I'd say it's about time for induction, so let's head down to the field. Izuku bit his lip, anticipation thrumming through his veins. After induction, he'd be an official student at Urara. He'd be an official spy for the league. Izuku walked next to Hatsum, trailing after Power Loader. Moving through the halls, he listened intently as the teacher gestured to the passing corridors. You can see UDA has 4 towers, 1 for each course. Our neighbors are the Hero course and Gen Ed course. We collaborate with them the most, so they gotta be close by. Diagonal to us, we got the business course, Buncha nerds those ones. Power Loader took steady strides forward, confident and sure of himself, knowing exactly where he belonged. Izuku pushed his legs forward, taking longer strides in an attempt to imitate his teacher, hoping that maybe the man's confidence would rub off on him. They stepped up to large glass doors that slid to the side as they approached. Exiting the building, they stepped out onto a wide field behind the towers. In the back was a podium which seemed tiny compared to the large expanse of the school, with the microphone on the stage almost dwarfed. In front were neatly ordered chairs, some classes already in them. Power Loader led Class 1H to their own row, allowing the students to sit down. More classes filed in, each course in a different corner of the field. Izuku's eyes scanned for Katsuki. There was no way the blonde hadn't made it into you, but he was nowhere to be seen. Frowning, Izuku noticed that half of the hero course's chairs were empty, a whole class completely missing. Where were they? Had something happened? Was Kaken okay? Before Izuku could worry himself sick, footsteps rang out through the air. A small paw tapped the mic and Izuku looked up to see round bare ears and an almost rat-like face. Principal Nedzu. Hello students. And welcome to your induction into U-Data High. He announced, paws outstretched in a welcoming manner. I would first like to introduce you to the staff you will see throughout your time here at UA. The creature smiled and Izuku forced his attention onto the speech. Nedzu introduced all the core subject teachers who each explained that they would be there to help with anything the students needed. As each staff member walked up on stage, Izuku's excitement grew, drowning out any worry for Katsuki. He'd seen plenty of these heroes on TV, many of them were household names. His heart soared at the thought of being taught by the pros, by his idols. Izuku couldn't wait for actual classes to start. He would actually learn under them. He could ask them questions in person instead of just submitting letters to their agencies. Eagerness buzzed under his skin and he bounced his legs subconsciously. He was wondering what he should ask the teachers when a finger poked his shoulder harshly. Yo, Greenie, come on. Hatsum grabbed his arm and dragged him up, forcing a yelp from his lips. She was surprisingly strong for a support course student. Izuku looked around and saw that the other classes were already leaving, all returning to their respective rooms. He hadn't realized the ceremony ended. A frown tugged at his lips. He always did this. He just kept getting stuck in his own head and missing things. Izuku shook himself and hurried to catch up with Power Loader, chasing after them so he wouldn't get lost. Urare was a large campus. He could easily end up in the wrong place if he lost his teacher. Izuku glanced around the building, taking note of any doors and signs. It couldn't hurt to try and learn the building's layout, right? He trailed after his class, wide eyes taking everything in. The building was just so large. Far too quickly, they arrived at their room and left the fascinating halls behind. All right. The teacher clasped his hands together, quieting any conversations among the other students. On your desks you'll see some materials laid out. Izuku glanced down, surprised to find that there were materials on his desk. He was certain they weren't there before induction. Examining the supplies, he could see a few wires, circuits, and a handful of other items that were used constantly when making gear. Giran had constantly given Izuku support items and had him disassemble and reassemble them. Learning from the masters was the best way to improve after all, or at least, that's what the man always said. I want you to replicate the support gear I have on the screen. Power Loader pressed a button on his glove, an image blinking to life on the board. The image showed a blueprint of a delicate spring tensioner sandwiched between two conductive plates. A pressure plate. Izuku blinked at it, stewing it over in his mind. It made sense that they should learn something like that. Agencies were constantly requesting defense mechanisms to protect against villain ambushes, so creating traps was a crucial part of an inventor's career. Izuku reached into his bag, pulling out a fresh notebook for school. He would go about this like he always did, analyze first, act later. Izuku let his mind run on its own, detaching himself from the assignment and just analyzing. It was always so freeing to just let go and get carried away, and it always gave him the best results. Izuku jumped at a loud crackling noise next to him, startled out of his thoughts. Turning, he could see Hatsum bent over some wires, sparks jumping into the air. Wincing, Izuku glanced up, wondering if Power Loader would do anything. The teacher was just hunched over his desk, typing something out on his laptop, clearly unconcerned with the accident. Izuku turned back to his own work, deciding that if Power Loader wasn't worried, he shouldn't be either. Reading over his notes, Izuku looked down at his supplies and started working. He meticulously tinkered with the wires, doing his best to copy what he saw on the screen. Izuku chewed his lip as he finished, testing out the trap. The pressure plate hidden beneath the panel was connected to a red light and a small speaker. When triggered, the light and speaker would go off as a warning. Carefully, he calibrated the sensitivity of the pressure plate. It would do no good if it went off from a light breeze. Smiling down at his creation, gratitude bubbled up inside. He would have never been able to do this without Giran's help. He should get the man something as a thank you, not that he hadn't already done that, but another gift couldn't hurt. A soft chime rang out through the class, dragging everyone's attention back to the present. The sound was soft and pleasant, nothing like the typical blaring school alarm that signaled the start of lunch. Come on kids, food time. Power Loader called out, not bothering to wait for the students as he hurried out the door. Lunch rush always makes the best food on the first day. We gotta get there early so it doesn't get cold. The teacher grinned at them before rushing down the hall, everyone chasing after him for fear of getting lost in the giant building. Izuku held a warm bowl of udon in his hands, relishing the mouth-watering aroma that rose up from the meal. Lunch Rush really was an amazing cook. He glanced around the cafeteria, scouring the room for Hatsum. Izuku wasn't really sure where else to sit other than next to the only classmate he'd befriended so far. Oh, Midoriya! A cheerful voice drew Izuku's gaze over to a warm smile on a round face. A beam spread onto Izuku's own as he recognized Uraraka. So she had made it into the hero course. He was so glad. He made his way to her table, overjoyed to find someone he knew. You got into the support course. I knew you could do it. Uraraka grinned and Izuku sat down next to her. Thanks. Her kind words filled him with warmth, and he tried desperately to let it ooze out of his smile. It's so cool that you got into heroics. You'll make a great hero. The girl blushed at his praise and waved him off. Thanks. I still got a long way to go, but I'll get there. Who's this, Karo? A soft, almost nasally voice murmured from behind Uraraka, startling Izuku. He turned to the voice, seeing another girl there. She had large, welcoming eyes and long, seaweed-colored hair. Oh, this is Midoriya. I met him at lunch during the entrance exam. Uraraka smiled awkwardly, leaning back so the girl could see Izuku. Hi there, Midoriya. I'm Azui to you, but please call me Tsu. The girl said, and Izuku's eyes widened. And no, I couldn't possibly. That would be imply dash. Before Izuku could finish protesting, Azui interrupted him. Please, I insist. If you're Ochako's friend, you're mine too. Izuku just swallowed nervously. He didn't have the heart to argue and possibly upset her. Alright I mean Tsu. He corrected quickly, his face flaming at the cutesy nickname. Azui simply smiled at him and continued to eat. Oh, Uraraka? I didn't see you, or your class actually, at induction today. How come? Izuku asked, curiosity getting the better of him. He knew it was probably rude to pry into their class's affairs, but he couldn't help it. Plus, he was still worried about where Katsuki had been. Yeah, our sensei, Aizawa-sensei, sorta kept us from going. We had to do this fitness test and the kid who scored the lowest got expelled. That poor girl, she looked so excited to be at you. Uraraka explained, sympathy and relief melting together. Izuku could tell that as sad as Uraraka was for whoever got expelled, she was still glad that it hadn't been her. Izuku winced. That sounded horrible. Why would any teacher expel a student on the first day? That was cruel. Yeah, Carol. He was really scary. Azui added, putting a thoughtful finger to her chin. I'm just glad I didn't get sent away. I don't know what I would have done. Uraraka nodded, her lips pursed with worry. Uraraka soon shook herself, as though removing any dark thoughts. Anyways, how was your class, Midoriya? She asked, trying to change the conversation. It was cool. We went over the class syllabus and just, wow. Izuku had to SCK in a breath before continuing. He still could hardly believe that so much time was just a free PRD. Outside of core classes and 1 or 2 support ones, we have a complete free PRD. Izuku explained while Azui and Uraraka stared at him. Something like that was unheard of. Maybe students would get an hour of homeroom in the morning to catch up on homework, but even then that time was often spent on mini lessons given by the teacher. Having at least a couple of hours every day was unthinkable. Whoa, no way. Uraraka breathed, eyes wide and excited. You really have so much free time? And you can do whatever you want. Izuku nodded, grinning now. He could do so much in that free time. He could probably knock out any homework during that time and make more analyses for the league. It was amazing. He'd have so much more time to help his friends. Before they could continue talking, a loud boom rumbled through the table, trays clattering from the force. Izuku jumped and turned to find a few seats down was Katsuki. The blonde had a hand stretched out, explosion still crackling in his palm as red eyes burned holes into Izuku. Deku! Katsuki snarled, his tone causing Izuku to flinch. What the F are you doing here? Kaken! Izuku squeaked, holding up his hands placatingly. I told you. I was trying for the support course, and I made it in. Katsuki's scowl just deepened as he slammed his fist on the table, the thud ringing in Izuku's ears. Bullshit. Katsuki sneered. No way you actually tried out for support course. Izuku winced, mentally preparing himself for the coming slew of insults, but someone cut Katsuki off before they came. Hey, Bakugu, don't yell at him. It's unmanly. Izuku was startled to see a hand on Katsuki's shoulder, forcing the blonde back into his seat. Behind Katsuki was a heroic student with spiky red hair and matching crimson eyes. The boy directed a disappointed frown at Katsuki that left Izuku reeling. The boy was upset with Katsuki and not Izuku. Yeah, it's not nice to pick on people. Karo. Azui added, narrowing her own glare at Katsuki. Midoriya hasn't done anything. All Izuku could do was stare. There was no way they were upset with Katsuki. That's not how it went. Other students were supposed to join in on the teasing, not shame him for it. Katsuki sputtered, the popping sound of his quirk resuming. The F, did you just say? He roared when a blue-haired boy with glasses interjected. Kirishima and Azui are right. You deserve this man an apology. This behavior is not fitting for a student, a hero course one no less. The boy lectured, gesturing violently with his arms. Izuku was sure his mouth was gaping open now. So many kids were ganging up on Katsuki. That had never happened before. What was going on? Hey, Midoriya? Uraraka's voice had Izuku tearing his gaze back to her, forcing it away from the blonde. I'm sorry my classmate is being so mean to you. I'll find a way to make up for it, I promise. Izuku simply gaped at her. She was apologizing for Katsuki? Katsuki had always done this, and he'd never once been scolded in his life. And someone had certainly never apologized for his behavior. Why you don't have to apologize? Or do anything? Izuku exclaimed quickly. He does this all the time, it's really nothing new. Izuku frowned at the worried look that Uraraka and Azui shared. What was up with them? What was up with this whole situation? Nobody cared when Izuku was bullied. So why did they? You shouldn't let him treat you like that, Midoriya. Karo. Azui murmured. At least we won't. She turned to glare at Katsuki, and shockingly, so did everyone else at the table. Yeah. You don't have to worry. Uraraka smiled at Izuku, kindness bouncing off the girl in waves. Izuku's mouth quivered and he bit his lip to hide it. They really cared. They were really defending him. A smile broke out onto Izuku's own face and he nodded. Thanks. Himiko would be glad someone was standing up for him, he couldn't wait to tell her. Izuku perched himself on a bar stool, taking a long sip of his chocolate shake. The small flakes of cocoa melted on his tongue as the cool drink slid down his parched throat. Izuku turned to beam at Kurogyari once more. Thanks for the shake. It's really good. Izuku put the straw to his lips, drinking some more with another thank you sitting on the tip of his tongue. Kurogyari was a great bartender, he was always polite and served delicious drinks within minutes. Izuku had to learn how to make some of them, they were just too good. Victory! Izuku jumped at the loud announcement, turning to frown at the TV. Shigaraki sat hunched over a controller, grinning at the large, white, boss defeated, which was scrawled onto the screen. Wow, Shigi-kun. You beat that super tough boss. I wanna try. Himiko praised before lunging for the controller, trying to wrestle it out of Shigaraki's grip. Sheet! Get off me, brat! Shigaraki screeched, scrambling away from Himiko and holding a gloved hand out to keep her back. She pouted and crossed her arms. Please. At least let me play against you. Ha! Shigaraki scoffed and rolled his eyes, grin stretching wider. As if, you couldn't beat me if you tried. At that, Himiko let out an offended huff, glaring at Shigaraki. Dabi snickered next to Izuku, clearly enjoying the sight of Shigaraki and Himiko so worked up. You know Shigi-kun, Dabi drawled, tone obnoxiously smug as he spoke the nickname. Sounds like you're just scared Toggle beat. Your butt. Shigaraki whirled on Dabi, face red as he sputtered. What? Ha, hell nah. He retorted, glaring daggers at Dabi despite his attempts to keep his tone light and careless. Sure, Dabi laughed. Shigaraki growled something unintelligible before throwing a second controller at Himiko. Fight me and see what a level gap looks like. Shigaraki snapped while Himiko beamed. Oh, thanks Shigi-kun. You're the best. She threw out her arms and tackled Shigaraki with a spontaneous hug Izuku was all too familiar with. Shigaraki squawked, desperately trying to shove the blonde off. Get off me. Shigaraki had to practically pry Himiko off, venomous red eyes narrowing on the girl. Himiko giggled as she was thrown back, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. She smirked, laying her hands down onto her controller before a dangerous glint appeared in her eyes. Shigi-kun, she purred, turning back to the villain. I don't think Izuku's ever played a game with us before. Izuku stiffened, eyes wide. Was she? No, she couldn't be. Nobody had ever wanted to play a game with Izuku, not since he became quirkless. Dabi chuckled, a calloused hand ruffling Izuku's fluffy hair. She's got a point. You ain't one of us, till you play with those glitchy controllers that barely work. The man pushed Izuku off the chair, leaving him stumbling into the couch. Himiko grabbed him and sat him down, moving a controller into his arms. Izuku fumbled with the device, struggling to find where his hands were meant to go. A frown tugged at his lips when Himiko bounced up, hopping over to the bar. "Dap-3," she grinned and started to drag the man over. "Hey, the F-dash." The scarred villain cursed, caught off guard. "The hell are you doing? You're playing with us too. Come, it'll be fun." She forced Dabi down onto the couch, tossing him a controller before settling down herself. "Let's play with teams. I call being with Izuku." Himiko grinned, wrapping her arms around Izuku and smirking against his shoulder. "No way I'll be stuck playing with Patchwork." Shigaraki sneered. "I'm playing with Midoriya, he's tolerable compared to you two." "Knew it. I want to play with him." Himiko whined, pressing her face further into Izuku's shoulder. Izuku's mind went slack, his eyes and throat burning. They wanted to play with him? With him, a quirkless, useless Deku? His lip quivered. They really wanted him. "Well, you playing?" Shigaraki snapped and Izuku nodded, a smile breaking onto his face. "Yeah." "Take that, you sleazebags." Shigaraki cackled, standing up and smirking down at Himiko and Dabi. Izuku giggled, warmth blossoming inside, like hot cocoa filling up the glass of his soul, melting away any pain and banishing the emptiness he'd lived with for so long. "We won." Izuku beamed up at Shigaraki and the man grinned at him. "You got Izuku-an, no wonder you won." Himiko crossed her arms, shooting a glare at Shigaraki. "I beat you all on my own. Midoriya's just a sidekick helping me, I didn't need him." Shigaraki scoffed. Whatever helps you sleep at night." Dabi chuckled, looking painfully smug for someone who just lost. Shigaraki rolled his eyes, grumbling something Izuku couldn't make out. The man's sharp gaze turned to Izuku, red eyes narrowed and calculating. He leaned down, a different kind of grin suddenly spreading over his face. "Midoriya, you're a good player." Izuku swallowed, nervous by the sudden change in Shigaraki. He was always planning something whenever he got like this. "Well, I have a job for you. We're planning to attack you. Or more specifically, All Might." Izuku blinked in confusion, brow furrowed. "What does All Might have to do with you? Izuku asked, picking the cuticles on his nails anxiously. "Oh, right, it's not public news yet, is it?" Shigaraki laughed to himself, finding joy in knowing something Izuku didn't. "All Might is becoming a teacher at UA." Izuku's hands froze, stopping their fiddling. All Might was what? All Might was the symbol of peace. He was a pro-hero who constantly patrolled the streets, keeping away any possible crime that might spring up. What on earth was the man doing as a teacher? That wasn't his job, it had nothing to do with him. "Why's All Might taking up a teaching job?" Izuku exclaimed. He just couldn't wrap his head around it. There was no reason for All Might to be a teacher. Had Principal Nedzu requested him to teach there, or was there something else going on that he couldn't see? "Don't know, don't care." Shigaraki waved it off, irritated by the change of topic. "Anyways, back to your job. You're a spy, so spy. Find out All Might's teaching schedule, look for when he'll be secluded from other teachers. That's when we'll attack." Izuku swallowed, chewing his lip anxiously. "How are you gonna attack though? The 5 of us aren't strong enough to take on All Might. And it'll be hard to get him alone and separated from the main building." Izuku worried, biting the inside of his cheek so hard he tasted the irony tang of blood. Doesn't matter if 1 or 2 pesks are with him. And a class of those bratty hero kids won't be a problem. We've got an army. Shigaraki grinned, malice and confidence oozing out of him. "Yeah. Shigi-kun somehow managed to get tons of villains to join us. They're all gonna help us fight All Might." Himiko pitched in, eyes shining with excitement. "They're all amateurs, but we got enough of them to have power in numbers." Dabi murmured with a sigh. "And for your mission, just snap a photo of the schedule. It's safer to look over after you're out of the teacher's lounge, or wherever the plans are. Not like these dimwits were smart enough to think of that." Izuku nodded, unease still churning in his stomach. "But how are you gonna deal with All Might?" Izuku squeaked. They couldn't do anything against All Might, the man was practically a god. They'd all get hurt and then thrown in prison, and Izuku would be alone again. Tears pricked at the corners of his eyes, air whooshing out of his lungs at the thought. No, he couldn't be friendless again. He didn't know what he'd do without the League. Don't worry, it's handled. Shigaraki's scratchy voice cut through Izuku's panic, calming him slightly. Shigaraki was still here, Himiko was still here, and so were Dabi and Kurojiri. He wasn't alone, his friends were right there, for now. Yeah. And if anything goes wrong, Giri-san'll just warp us out of there. Himiko encouraged, putting up a hand to squeeze Izuku's shoulder. She always did that. Whenever he seemed like he was panicking, Izuku shot her a thankful smile, grateful she was such an attentive friend. But, if you guys do have some way to fight All Might, what are you gonna do to him? Izuku asked tentatively, trying to ignore the tight coil in his chest. Sure, All Might had crushed Izuku's dream, but that dream wasn't possible, hell it wasn't even legal. Izuku still thought All Might was an amazing hero. The man's very existence scared potential villains, so he had to be doing something right. It was the pros like Mount Lady that he didn't like. Pros who didn't care about saving people and chose to stand on the side if the situation was difficult. But All Might was a good hero. Izuku wouldn't forgive himself if someone who helped so many people got hurt. We're gonna kill him, well, try to. Dabi grumbled, voice laced with skepticism. We will, it'll work. I have a cheat code. Shigaraki assured, tone smug and sure. Izuku's heart caught in his throat. He couldn't breathe. They were gonna kill All Might? And no, he couldn't help kill someone. Nobody should have to die for anything. Let alone someone as great as All Might. Himiko gave Izuku's shoulder another squeeze, the pressure on his arm grounding and comforting. Hey, calm down. Himiko murmured, her voice soft and gentle, the same way it had been when they got on first-name basis. Izuku in a shaky breath, desperately trying to fill his lungs with air. I can't help kill someone. Izuku pleaded, eyes wide and desperate. He couldn't do it. He loved the League, he adored them. They were his everything, just like his mom. He'd do anything for them, including his spy mission, just not killing, anything but that. Don't worry. A gruff voice said from somewhere next to Izuku, but he couldn't tell who it belonged to. The pounding of his heart thundered in his ears, drowning out almost everything else as he squeezed his eyes shut. He couldn't think, he couldn't breathe. All he could focus on was the thought of All Might dying because of him. Strong arms wrapped around Izuku's body, drawing him close. He shuddered against the warm body, chest heaving for air that never came. A hand tucked Izuku's head close to the person's chest, stroking his hair. The calloused, rough hand carded through his unruly curls while another arm held him close. Just take deep breaths, don't stress yourself out. The voice soothed. Finally, Izuku essayed in a stuttery breath, letting air into his lungs. Slowly, he calmed down from his panic and sniffled, nuzzling his face against the person's warm body. Whatever chopsticks got planned won't kill All Might. The BSDRD's too strong for that, so don't go hyperventilating on us. Izuku blinked, then blinked again. Now that he wasn't panicking, he could recognize that voice. He'd thought it was Himiko comforting him, but no. It was Dabi. Mortified that he'd just nuzzled into Dabi's chest, Izuku jerked back, eyes wide. Dabi. His voice came out small and pitchy, adding an extra layer of embarrassment to boot. Yeah. Dabi raised an eyebrow, an amused smirk stretched over his scarred face. Wow, Dabi. I didn't know you were so good at comforting people. Himiko giggled, eyes narrowed with glee. I've only ever seen brothers give hugs like that. She teased, poking at his side. Dabi just rolled his eyes, shoving the girl away as she dissolved into another bout of laughter. Izuku narrowed his eyes, noticing a slight offness in Dabi's smirk as Himiko mentioned siblings. Yeah, didn't want the kid making himself sick and throwing up on the couch. It took ages to find one that wasn't pricey as F-. Don't want to find another, 'cause this one's full of vomit. Dabi grumbled, bringing Izuku's attention back to how he'd just panicked. To why he'd panicked. I'm sorry, I just... Izuku's voice trailed off and he started to pick at his nails once more. Don't worry, Izuku-an. We'll make sure not to kill anyone, right? Himiko's tone took on a dangerous lilt at the end as she shot a glare towards Shigaraki. Shigaraki scowled, bringing a hand to scratch at his neck. His voice was low as he clawed at his flesh, the horrible sound of tearing skin filling the room. Stupid brat, not letting me, you can't beat a boss without killing, just, gore, fi. The villain was jumping from one sentence to another, not finishing each thought in his anger. His gaze shot upward, the heat of it now directed at Izuku. Fine. As long as the kid gets us the info, we'll force the a-hole into retirement or something. Himiko beamed and turned to Izuku. See, we won't kill anyone with the info you give us. We just gotta get in there and beat up All Might for our grand debut. Izuku swallowed nervously, his racing heart calming at Shigaraki's promise. Well, sorta promise, more like agreement. Why yeah, he took a shaky inhale before facing the League. They were everything to him, they took him in and helped him when nobody else would. He was going to do whatever he could to make things easier for them. You guys'll make a distraction so I can get into the teacher's lounge for the info. Here's an idea for what to do. Izuku murmured, letting his own gaze sharpen as he took in his friends. He was ready to help them. He was ready to spy. Himiko POV. Himiko bounced in her seat, waving bye to Izuku. Her heart did backflips in her chest. He was just so smart. He came up with that whole plan to distract the school all on his own. A grin stretched over her face as she watched him leave. He was so cute too, just like a little bird she wanted to squeeze. Everything about him, his soft smile, his laugh, the way he apologized for everything even though Himiko told him it was fine. He was precious, Himiko's sweet cinnamon roll. She swallowed, running her tongue over her lips. She was sure his blood tasted just as sweet. A dreamy sigh left her lips. Izuku would look even cuter all beat and bloody, all for Himiko. She shook herself, frowning. Whenever she said something like that, Izuku always got uncomfortable. He never outright said anything, he even tried to humor Himiko by offering her a bit of blood, but she knew he felt weird. She didn't want to do anything to make Izuku not like her. Izuku was so kind, he thought Himiko's quirk was cool. He thought Himiko was cool. The thought filled her with a warmth that she relished more than the taste of any blood. She was so glad Dabi found that notebook, otherwise she'd have never met sweet Izuku. And she loved surprising Izuku, the overjoyed look on his face was just too good to pass up. How hopeful he'd looked when she asked him to play that video game with her and Shigaraki. The pure joy on his face as they played. He also always loved it whenever Himiko met him outside his school instead of at Dagoba Beach, though she couldn't really do that now that he was at UA. She knew Izuku loved the beach, but she also knew how happy he was to be with a friend at school, or as close to school as he could get. Poor Izuku didn't have any friends growing up. Himiko had at least gotten a taste of friendship when she pretended to be normal for a while, but Izuku hadn't. A scowl twisted over her face at the thought of her sweet Izuku being left alone. Even worse, being picked on. She lifted a hand to her mouth, biting down on her thumb. The soothing taste of blood filled her taste buds, calming her down slightly, until she remembered a pair of red eyes and spiky blonde hair. Her jaw clamped down on her hand, eyes burning with hatred. That monster was treating her Izuku so horribly. She could still see him shoving Izuku against that fence and using his quirk against him. She was going to kill that Kaken kid before he could lay another finger on Izuku. She loved how Izuku could find it in his heart to forgive anyone. It was so pure of him. But that horrible, disgusting excuse of a human being didn't deserve to even be looked at by Izuku's caring eyes. Oh, how Himiko wanted to stab that blonde over and over and over again for what he did to Izuku. Shigaraki? Her tone was cold, emotionless to hide the explosive rage inside. The villain blinked in surprise, reeling on Himiko. Finally getting my name right, huh? The man sneered as Dabi frowned. Dabi knew Himiko was serious whenever she used someone's real name, especially with the tone she had now. Shigaraki wasn't as perceptive. There's this boy, blonde hair, red eyes. From what Izuku said, he's in class 1A at UA. Himiko murmured, her voice still dangerously low. He heard Izuku. When we fight U.A and All Might, I want him to be there. I want to hurt him just like he did to Izuku. Her voice turned into a snarl at the end, lip curling in disgust. Blonde's bullying Midoriya? Dabi scoffed. What an butt. Kids at Angel, how do you bully sheet like that? Himiko just shrugged, still glaring at the ground. We'll see. Shigaraki grumbled, scratching his neck. I heard Eraserhead's 1S teacher. He's such a cool hero, can erase quirks too. Dabi's no use there. You're good without a quirk, if one is there, you gotta fight him. No. Himiko jumped up, the explosive hatred for that blonde rising up and catching in her throat. She couldn't just let him get away with hurting Izuku. That boy hurt Izuku just like how Himiko had been hurt before she pretended to be normal. Just thinking about Izuku going through such things left her with a pain in her chest, stabbing and insistent, like someone was poking holes right through her soul. I have to make that blonde pay. Himiko growled, eyes burning with disgust. I will. Himiko's gaze snapped over to Dabi, the scarred villain grinning. You know I love putting butts in their place. I'll deal with the kid, bruise him up for you and Midoriya. Himiko soothed at that, her rage dimming as she sat back down. Okay, all right. Her voice started to crack. Just don't let him hurt Izuku any more than he already has. I'll make sure of it. Izuku gasped for air as his upper body lurched forward. Heart hammering in his chest, he looked around and was met with the blueprints he'd made and the plain white bed underneath him. Izuku swallowed and squeezed his clammy hands to his heart, feeling just how fast it was going. With a groan, he flopped back onto the bed, dragging a hand down his face. He must have had a nightmare, the kind that left you with pure terror but no memory of what it was. Turning, Izuku glanced at his phone and sighed. It was 6 a.m, he might as well get up. He crawled out of and stumbled towards the bathroom, fumbling in the dark of his room. Flipping on the light switch, he squinted as the glare of the ceiling light hit him. Izuku blinked, hard, letting his eyes slowly adjust to the new lighting before walking into the bathroom. His heart was still pounding from the nightmare and his body was slick with sweat. Stifling another groan, Izuku splashed water on his face, hoping he could make himself at least somewhat presentable without needing to shower. He felt better after getting ready. The cool water against his skin was soothing and calming after the dark nightmare that had woken him up. Izuku stepped out of the bathroom and hopped onto his computer, ready to check the news for any hero activity before eating breakfast. It was a habit he'd developed as a kid. At a young age he'd begged his mom to let him watch All Might clips on the Hero channel. Even now, with his dreams of heroism all but gone and a secure spot in the League of Villains, Izuku still watched the Hero channel. Even if he couldn't be a hero, his analyses were still helpful to the League, and analyzing the pros was good practice. Sometimes, when he found a hero he really liked, like Kamui Woods, he'd even design a blueprint of some support gear for them. They would never see his designs, but it felt nice to make them. Flipping on his laptop, Izuku turned to the news first. After that he'd check the hero forums for anything new. As he opened the most popular news channel, his stomach clenched. Thanks to an anonymous report, a shocking truth has come to light. All Might, our beloved symbol of peace, is trading work on the streets for a teacher job at Udata High. What is the purpose behind this? We will find out at the school gates today. The news reporter stood outside the recognizable gates of UA. She took a step back, revealing tons of reporters and news stations already gathering in front of the school, each one wanting to be the first to interview students taught by All Might. But he'd almost forgotten about the mission. Izuku issued in another shuddery breath as he shut off the computer. Yesterday he had come up with a plan for Shigaraki and the others to help form a distraction. The first step of that plan was getting the paparazzi to distract UA. And what better way to do that than to reveal that the #1 hero was now a teacher at that very school. Shigaraki must have been the one to give the anonymous report that the news lady was talking about. Izuku chewed his bottom lip, trying to ease the sinking feeling in his gut. He'd really have to break into Udata today. There was no way around it. Shigaraki had already told the press and everyone in the league were counting on him. They were counting on him to get that information so they could launch a raid at the right time to ensure success. Their expectations felt just as crushing as the guilt. He didn't know what he'd do if he disappointed them. Izuku stood up and hurried downstairs. He had to get out of here. Sparing a glance at the fridge, he wondered if he should make a quick breakfast. At the thought of food, his stomach heaved and he shook his head. Walking out the door, Izuku stepped out onto the quiet streets of Masudafu. Usually it was quite crowded on workdays, with everyone rushing to get to school or to their jobs, but now it was far too early for that. Izuku walked mindlessly towards the train station, trying desperately to clear his thoughts. He couldn't be distracted when he was doing the mission. Izuku turned the plan over in his mind, preparing himself for what was to come in any way possible. At lunch, Shigaraki was going to decay the gate to UA while Himiko cut some wires in the generator. The press would rush into the school and distract the teachers while the power shutting off would stop any cameras from recording Izuku when he snuck into the teacher's lounge. The problem was, UA was famous for its amazing technology. When the power shut down, some robot running on a battery would come to fix the power supply and reboot UA's system. That meant Izuku would have to be fast. If he was lucky, he'd have 30 minutes to find what he needed. If he wasn't, then he'd be left with 10. Izuku squeezed his palms together, fear and anxiety clawing at him. What if he got caught? Or he didn't get out of the teacher's lounge in time? Or if he put the files back in the wrong place and someone noticed something was off? What-ifs plagued Izuku's mind as he released his hands and brought them to his temples, massaging his head slowly to soothe the headache rising up. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut and took a few breaths, calming himself. Opening them, Izuku stepped onto the train and let it carry him off towards the station by UA. Izuku sat at his desk, nervously rubbing his thumb over his palm. He couldn't focus on class, he couldn't focus on Hatsum chattering beside him, he couldn't focus on anything. Except the fact that in just a few hours, he'd be sneaking into the teacher's lounge to steal information for villains. Yeah, those villains were his friends, but it still felt wrong. Hey, Greenie. Izuku snapped his gaze back to Hatsum as she snapped her fingers in his face. You good? You're looking greener than usual. Izuku swallowed, his stomach still churning. Why, I'm fine. Just feeling a little under the weather is all. Izuku mumbled, feeling the lie choke out of his throat. Oh, Hatsum just blinked at him, as though checking to see if he really was ill before a smile spread over her face. Just don't get me sick. She chirped, turning back to her inventions as Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. All too soon, the lunch bell rang. Izuku waved bye to Hatsum nervously as he parted ways, heading towards the bathroom instead of the cafeteria. He splashed water onto his face gently, trying to shock the fear out of his system. Staring up at his reflection, Izuku could see why Hatsum had asked if he was feeling well. His skin was pale, almost clammy, and the beginning of eye bags were forming from his sleepless night. Suddenly he was plunged into darkness as the power shut off. Heart thundering in Izuku's ears, he realized Shigaraki had done his part of the job. Only moments later, red flashing lights illuminated the room while loud blaring rang out through the school. Intruder alarms, they must work without power too, smart. Izuku couldn't help but think. In an emergency, you don't know what the power situation will be like, so having alarms working on their own meant people could still evacuate no matter the variables. Of course Nedzu would think of that. Another loud buzz from the alarms jerked Izuku back to reality. He didn't have time to get lost in his thoughts. It wouldn't take long for the UA staff to deal with the situation and for the power to turn back on. Izuku's heart pounded in his chest as he ran through the halls towards the direction of the teacher's lounge. If he'd read the map right, it should be just around there. He skidded to a halt as he hurried into the lounge, eyes scanning the room. Where would he even find the schedule? Each desk had a few papers scattered on it. Some were neat and tidy, while others were overflowing with carelessly placed essays. Frustration burned behind his eyes. No. He didn't have time to cry right now. Choking down a sob, he wiped away tears and continued his search. He glanced at the papers being graded. One was an English assignment given out by Present Mike, so that had to be the voice hero's desk. He could do that. Find out whose desk was whose by the papers until he found All Might's. Scanning each stack of papers, Izuku hurried through the lounge until finally he found it. He could see Katsuki's name written on the paper, talking about his fighting style and quirk. The handwriting was similar to the signature All Might had scrawled onto his notebook all that time ago. Frantically, Izuku opened up the drawer by the desk and scanned through the files. Schedules. Schedules? Where is it? More tears of frustration rose as he buried his face in his hands. He had to calm down. Panicking now would only make him miss things. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw it. Schedule, written in bold letters on a file. He'd never been happier to see a sheet of paper in his life. He yanked the file onto the desk and flipped it open. Pulling out his burner phone, he snapped photos of the schedule before shoving it back into his pocket. Grabbing the papers, he desperately reorganized the papers, trying to mimic their previous, haphazard state before shoving the drawer shut. Heart racing, he bolted out of the teacher's lounge and back towards the bathroom. Fear clawed at his throat while bile twisted in his stomach. Locking the stall behind him, Izuku took out the phone again. Staring down at the schedule, his hands started to shake. Once he sent this to the League, there was no going back. They would attack U.A and probably really hurt someone, and themselves in the process. Tears flooded his eyes once more as he let out a trembling breath. He couldn't just not give them the info though. They'd worked hard to gather their army and to help him steal this. Finally, he loaded up the photos and sent them, praying nobody got hurt. The small ping rang out through the stall, showing the message was sent, and his stomach gave way. Running towards the toilet, Izuku threw up his guilt into the bowl. Izuku tapped his pencil on his desk, fear roiling in his gut. His hands were clammy and shaky, his heartbeat pounding in his head. Yo, you're sick again? I thought you got better. Hatsum poked him in the side and he shot her a nervous smile. She just grinned at him and Izuku swallowed, glancing away. He couldn't look at her. He didn't deserve to. Today was when the League broke into UA. They would break into a secluded part of the school where All Might was teaching Class 1A and attack everyone there. Kaken's in 1A, what if he gets hurt? Or Uraraka and Azui? Izuku bit his lip and clenched his fists. Those girls had been nothing but kind to him. Just yesterday Uraraka had helped him out on his homework. And now he'd be responsible for villains attacking them. He knew the League wouldn't kill anyone, but he couldn't trust Shigaraki not to get too excited and forget. He wasn't sure how much he trusted this army of theirs, considering it was a group of people Shigaraki gathered that he wouldn't tell Izuku anything about. Distantly, he was aware of Hatsum moving on to whatever project she was currently working on. His mind was elsewhere though, trapped with terrifying images of students his age getting injured and maybe even killed. And even worse was the thought of the League, his friends getting captured and sent to prison, where he'd never see them again. Sharp pangs of pain stabbed through his heart at the thought. Oh no. He couldn't lose the League. He had to get out of here. Hurrying to his feet, he weaved through the desks towards Power Loader. Yua P. Power Loader Sensei? He stuttered out, heart hammering in his chest, throat burning. Is it all right if I go for a walk? He squeezed his eyes shut, expecting to be shot down. Teachers would always shoot him down, he'd learned that a long time ago. It didn't matter if he asked to go to the bathroom or just had a question, they didn't want him interrupting. Of course, kiddo. Izuku blinked in surprise, seeing a concerned frown on the teacher's face. If you want, you could go visit Recovery Girl or Hound Dog if you're feeling unwell. Guilt choked Izuku as he shook his head. Power Loader had noticed his distress and he'd been worried. Meanwhile, all Izuku was doing was spying on U.A and helping villains break it. I'm fine. I just want fresh air, he murmured, words somehow squeezing past the tightness in his throat. If you're sure. The teacher patted Izuku's back and waved him off. On shaky legs, Izuku stepped out into the halls and out of the tall building. Warm, welcoming sunlight bathed his face as his gut twisted. The bright, sunny day felt like a lie compared to the dark shadow in his chest. One must think it's a beautiful day. But they don't know about what's going to happen to them. The world seemed to blur, swirling together in his tears. Sniffling, Izuku reached up and wiped his eyes furiously. If anyone saw him right now, they'd certainly think he was a loser for walking around crying. His feet carried him through the gravel paths of U.A's campus. He didn't know where he was going, only that he needed to calm down. It would do no good to have a breakdown in class. With a groan, he dragged a hand down his face and stopped, staring at the ground. He couldn't get it out of his head. Thoughts of Uraraka, Katsuki, Dabi, Shigaraki, or Himiko hurting each other. It made every muscle in his body clench up, begging to do something to help them. Swallowing, Izuku glanced up at his path, startled to find someone running towards him. They were moving quite quickly, desperately even. Why would someone be running out here? He mumbled to himself, narrowing his eyes at the growing figure, only to freeze in shock. In front of him was a pair of familiar glasses, terrified blue eyes, and a mop of blue hair. Ida, a heroics student Uraraka had introduced him to a few days ago. The boy's eyes seemed to widen as he noticed Izuku running up to him. "Midoriya!" Ida shouted, his voice choked up with fear. "You have to get out of here. There are villains over at the USC. Now I must hurry and inform the school. We need backup." Ida's voice was teary, more like a horrified kid's voice than a hero student's. Then, the boy was already running off, leaving Izuku in a cloud of dust. As he stared at Ida, it felt like his heart stopped. The League already attacked. And someone was telling the main campus to get help. Help to stop the League. A choked noise escaped Izuku's lips as his heart started up again, frantic and painful in his chest. But, oh god, Ida was going to get reinforcements. Heroes were going to rush to the USJ and everyone would be captured. No. Izuku's legs buckled and he sank to the ground, burying his face in his hands. The League was going to get caught, they were going to prison, and then he'd be alone. He stared down at his hands, finding them now wet from the tears on his face. He should have convinced Shigaraki not to do it, not to follow through. Or he should have put his foot down and not given them the information, or done something to help them prepare more. But he hadn't done anything and now they'd suffer for it. Heroes weren't supposed to be careful when kids were endangered. They were supposed to do anything to save children, even if it meant harming villains. Izuku didn't even want to think about how the League could be hurt. Images flooded his mind, gruesome and horrifying. Images of Kurogiri slammed into a wall by present mixed sound waves. Of Dabi surrounded by a mini army of ectoplasms all swiping at him. Of Shigaraki getting shot in the arm by Snipe. Images of Himiko covered in dozens of cuts from Vlad King's blood control quirk. Izuku gagged, hugging himself as he sobbed on the paths of Yude's campus, knowing that if anything happened to the League, it would be his fault. Katsuki POV. Katsuki scowled at the large dome in front of him. This was FING stupid. Aizawa had just told everyone to get on the bus without any explanation, and through the whole trip, all the extras wouldn't shut up about him. They were gossiping, looking down on him. Saying shit about how he wouldn't get far as a hero because of his attitude or whatever crap they called it. It didn't even make sense. If Endeavor could be the number 2 for so long while being a beach, then Katsuki could easily be the no. He was way stronger than that FNG candle ever was. Katsuki stomped after Aizawa into the stupid dome, eyes widening as they entered. The inside was giant, sectioned off into different zones. One had crumbling buildings, another held a giant shipwreck in a lake. Hell, there was even a full-butt mountain. A grin stretched over Katsuki's face as he looked around. This was why Yudere was the best. Why it was the only school worthy of him. "Hello everyone. I've been waiting for you." Katsuki turned to see a person wearing what seemed to be a space suit. 13. The name rang out in Katsuki's mind, bringing back unwanted memories of a small, green-haired kid bouncing excitedly as he pointed to the T to V, blabbering on about some weird quirk statistics no child should know. A scowl made its way onto his face at the thought of Deku. He couldn't give a DMN about how 13 had saved hundreds of people with her dangerous quirk. He'd beat her either way. "This is a training ground I made to prepare you to deal with different types of disasters. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. But you can call it the USJ. 13 explained, and Katsuki scoffed. It was just like Universal Studios Japan. How stupid. Shouldn't All Might be here already? Aizawa grumbled, stepping up to 13. Let me guess, he booked an interview instead. Actually, it's something else. 13 murmured, holding up 3 fingers while she whispered something to Aizawa. Katsuki narrowed his eyes at the two. What the F were they talking about? Aizawa sighed and turned back to the class. Well, clock's ticking. We should get started. Before we do, I have one thing to say. 13 stepped in front of Aizawa, ready to launch into whatever boring lecture she'd prepared. As I'm sure you're all aware, I have a powerful quirk called Black Hole. I can use it to SCK up anything and turn it into dust. Yeah, you've used it to save tons of people from all kinds of disasters. A girl with a round face and pink cheeks jumped in, bouncing excitedly. Katsuki remembered how she'd FANG talked back to him during lunch that one time. She was friends with Deku or something. That's true, but my quirk could also be very easily used to kill. Everyone in the class froze, eyes widening with realization. Katsuki rolled his eyes. God, were they all idiots? Obviously quirks could be used to kill. Anyone could kill if they wanted to. That's why heroes had to get their licenses renewed all the time, which sounded FING annoying. When Katsuki became a pro, he would be so good that nobody would question if he was using his quirk incorrectly. Some of you also have powers that can be dangerous. In our superhuman society, all quirks are certified and strictly regulated, so we often overlook how unsafe they can actually be. Please remember that if you lose focus or make the wrong move, your powers can be deadly. Thanks to Aizawa's fitness test, you have a solid idea of your quirk's potential. And thanks to All Might's fitness training, Katsuki noticed 13 hesitate for a moment as Aizawa stiffened in the background, the man looking aggravated. You also have an idea of how dangerous your quirks can be when used against other people. 13 finished, swallowing and choosing to ignore her annoyed partner. Why the F was Aizawa set off? Sure, some extras got hurt, but it wasn't a big deal, just one trip to that old granny and it was all fixed. Anyways, today you'll be learning how to use your quirks to save others. In this class, you won't be attacking others with your quirks, only saving. After all, that's what being a hero is all about. Katsuki rolled his eyes. No, it FING wasn't. Being a hero was all about being the best. Why else would they have the hero rankings plastered everywhere? For some reason, all the extras around Katsuki started clapping like what 13 said was some revolutionary idea. This wasn't a philosophy, it was heroics. It was bad enough they were focused on rescue training, they didn't need ethical sheet in there too. Right? Now that's OV dash. Before Aizawa could start, he was cut off by a strange buzzing noise. The lights flickered, dimming down to a weak setting as the fountain spurted out less and less water. The air above the fountain started to swirl, spinning around and bending in on itself. Katsuki stared as the strange swirl became darker in color, almost purple. Aizawa jerked to face it, the pro's posture coiled up like a spring. The dark swirl grew larger until it exploded out, glowing yellow eyes forming on the top while a hand reached out of the center of the mist. A pair of hateful red eyes appeared behind the hand, the man's face being blocked by a pale white hand gripping onto his skull. Stay together and don't move. Aizawa shouted, 13. Protect the students. Whoa, what is that thing? Shitty Hair exclaimed, face worried as he took a step back. Slowly, people started to walk out of the mist while the hand one stopped in the middle. Wait, has the training started already? I thought we were rescuing people. Katsuki couldn't even bother to glance at Shitty Hair, only staring as more and more people emerged into the USJ. Each person gave off a certain aura, a feeling of darkness and selfishness. Sludge climbing down Katsuki's throat, burning and foul. Yellow, bloodshot eyes with small pricks of red for pupils grinning down as he struggled. The atmosphere around that sludgy villain turning dark, coated with a bloodlust that froze Katsuki down to the bone. He se in a shuddery breath, stumbling away from the purple mist. This wasn't part of the training. Nobody hired by heroes would give off the same aura as the villain that had attacked Katsuki in junior high. Those people, they were villains, he breathed, palms crackling on instinct, the ghost of sticky sludge weighing them down. Wait, Bakugu, how do you know that? Some extra asked from behind him, but Katsuki couldn't tell who. There's no way it can be villains, we're at you today. No, Bakugu's right. Aizawa slowly lowered his goggles onto his eyes and cracked his neck. This is real. Everyone in class stared at Aizawa, small gasps of terror leaving them while Katsuki stood straighter. It was fine, he was fine. He was the strongest one here. He could take on these villains no problem, it would be good practice for him. A grin stretched over his face as he cracked his knuckles, trying to ignore the feeling of sludge forcing its way down his throat. He wasn't a weak junior high student anymore, he was a heroic student at UA. And he would never need someone like Fang Deku to save him again. It seems the only real heroes here are Eraserhead and 13. A calm voice mused, the sound coming from no particular person, just floating in the room like a speaker had made it. Perplexing, according to the schedule we received, All Might should be here as well. Aizawa glared at the villains. So you scumbags used the press to break into UA. The hordes of villains stepped closer, walking evenly, calmly like they somehow knew they would win. As if he'd let them. Where is he? A scratchy voice grumbled. I went through the trouble of bringing so many friends who are eager to meet him. Katsuki glanced around, eyes landing on each villain to see who was talking there. The one with the hand on his face. The man was standing in front of the purple mist, more hands clinging to his arms. A girl stood beside him, looking to be around Katsuki's age. She wore a school uniform with long black hair draped over her shoulders, green eyes full of bloodlust. There was a grin on her face, but something was wrong with it. Her smile was eerie and twisted, making Katsuki's skin crawl in a familiar way. She reminded him of someone, but he couldn't figure out who. Next to her and the hand villain was some giant, hulking thing. It was a sickly purple color with large, scarred arms and a bird-like face, but the worst part was the brain fully showing at the top of its head. They want All Might, the great symbol of peace. I can't believe he's not here, the villain grinned from under his hand, red eyes glinting. Maybe if I kill a few kids he'll come out to play. The girl frowned slightly, glancing towards him and murmuring something too low for Katsuki to make out. Before Katsuki could dwell on it, Aizawa's scarf lifted as the man prepared to fight, 13 moving in front of the class protectively. How could so many villains get into a UDATA facility? Big Hair asked, her tone laced with worry and fear. 13, why aren't the alarms going off? Good question, not sure. 13 looked down at the villains and Katsuki couldn't help but scowl. It didn't matter though, he could wipe the ground with those lame-butt villains all by himself. Is the entire campus under attack, or is this their only target? Another kid questioned. It was that Halfie BSRD who was the son of that a-hole Endeavor. That kid really set Katsuki off. He was annoying. Either way, if the alarms aren't being triggered, one of the villains must have a quirk that's masking their presence here. Halfie finished and Katsuki rolled his eyes. Did he really need to point out the obvious? It was clear that someone's quirk was stopping the alarms. They carefully chose this isolated facility. They're fools for trespassing here, but they've thought this out. Whatever their plan, they must have a concrete objective in mind. But what is it? Katsuki turned back to the villains after Halfie said that the reason had something to do with All Might, that was for sure. That's why the hand villain had whined about All Might not being here, but what were they planning to do with the number 1 hero? 13, get them out of here and alert the main campus. Aizawa walked towards the edge of the platform, eyes flicking between the villains. Actually, if they're blocking our sensors, then they might be jamming our comms too. Kaminari, try using your quirk to contact the rest of the school. I'll leave it to you, 13. Aizawa nodded to the other teacher and jumped down to face the villains, landing on the ground running. A trio of villains came up to him, all standing confidently, clearly underestimating Aizawa. They all held out their arms, activating their quirks, only to glance around in confusion when they didn't work. Before they could do anything else, Aizawa grabbed them with his scarf, tossing them into the air and slamming them into each other, taking down all 3 with one move. Katsuki esdi in a breath, eyes wide. That was Fang cool. He smirked, tilting his head to get a better view of the pro. He was glad Aizawa was his teacher if he had moves like that. Katsuki stared in awe as Aizawa dodged and parried each of the dozens of villains' attacks, moving fluidly through the battlefield with the experience you only got from pushing yourself to your limits over and over again. How annoying! Katsuki heard the hand villain grumble, red eyes trained on Aizawa. That's the worst part of dealing with pros, when they live up to their hype. 13 lead the class towards the exit and Katsuki begrudgingly followed. He'd gotten chewed out for failing to follow instructions during the training session with All Might. He couldn't imagine how much worse his lecture would be if he did so now. Katsuki took a step back as the mist villain appeared in front of blocking the exit. The purple mist grew in size until the same yellow eyes took shape. "There is no escape for you." The villain loomed over them, purple mist condensing until it took the shape of a blob, probably the closest thing he had to a body. "Hello, we are the League of Villains. It's a pleasure to meet you. I know it's impolite, but we decided to invite ourselves into this haven of justice to say hello. And besides, isn't this a fitting place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his final stand as the #1 hero?" The class gasped and Katsuki scowled. So that was their plan. To get rid of All Might in some way, probably by killing him. By the way, wasn't he supposed to be here? And yet I see no sign of him. There must have been some sort of change in plans we could not foresee. Well, I suppose in the end it doesn't matter, I still have a role to play. The mist swelled in size once again, swirling larger and larger. Katsuki grinned, jumping up and launching an explosion at the villain. Someone else decided to have the same idea because Katsuki could see red spiky hair next to him when he landed. "Tisich, annoying brat. Did you think we were just gonna stand around and let you tear this place to shreds?" Shitty Hair growled, arms rock solid like weapons next to Katsuki. The smoke cleared and Katsuki's eyes widened as the mist villain reformed in front of them, not even damaged by the attack. A small glint of metal caught his attention and he narrowed his eyes on it. It was a metal brace wrapped around a patch of mist a little ways. Below the yellow eyes. Katsuki grinned. His attack hadn't worked because the mist was just that, mist. Katsuki hadn't aimed for anything, just the man's smoke, that's why it had reformed. But that brace must be wrapped around something physical, like the villain's body. You live up to your school's reputation, even if you are just students, you are the golden eggs of hero society. But you should be more careful, children, otherwise. The villain's eyes narrowed dangerously, someone might get hurt. "You too, get out of the way right now." 13 shouted and Katsuki turned to see her finger outstretched. She was planning on using her quirk. The mist grew larger, surrounding the entire class. "My job is to scatter you all around this facility to meet my comrades." The darkness engulfed Katsuki, blinding him. The mist seemed to squeeze and pull at his body, bending and twisting his insides until he felt like he might hurl. God, what the F was this quirk? The darkness faded from around Katsuki, taking the horrible feeling with it. Struggling up, he looked around. This wasn't the entrance to the USJ. All around him were the walls of a crumbling building, looking rotten and unstable. The tiles were embedded with dirt and grime, yet not a speck of dust. They must be made to look like the floor of a ruined building, but were actually just there for display. As he scanned the room, he saw no other 1A students near him. Good, they would just get in his way. Glancing up, his gaze was met with a pair of burning blue eyes. Katsuki took a defensive stance, a grin stretching over his face. The man had spiky black hair and a leather vest. His skin was covered with burned patches of flesh stapled onto his body. Well, if it isn't Bakugo Katsuki. The villain grinned and Katsuki jerked. How the F? Did that villain know his name? "Name's Dabi, I've heard great things about you know? You're supposed to have a real nice quirk." Dabi's eyes glinted, practically glowing as his grin stretched wider than humanly possible. "Let's see if you can match that reputation of yours." The man chuckled as blue flames erupted from his body, engulfing the small space. "So, come dance with me, hero." Katsuki POV. Katsuki dropped to the ground, a wave of scalding heat passing over his head. Smoke filled his lungs, coating them with soot. Hacking, Katsuki blindly raised his hand and shot an explosion at the villain. Katsuki coughed and sent another explosion, blasting the smoke away from him. Dabi chuckled from across the room, but his hair looked slightly singed from Katsuki's blow. You really are good." The villain murmured and Katsuki grinned at the villain's words. Right, he was good. Katsuki was gonna bash this freak's face into the FING ground. Another wave of flames burst from Dabi, cutting off the exits and trapping Katsuki inside. Scowling at the heat, he circled the scarred man, wiping sweat from his brow. With his quirk, he launched himself into the air, grinning down at Dabi. Holding out his gauntlets, he triggered them, letting the explosive energy out. The force of the blow knocked Dabi back, smothering and dimming the flames. Katsuki landed, crouching down in a fighting position. "Come on, loser, that all you got?" He taunted, and Dabi rolled his eyes. A scarred hand shot towards him, burning blue flames slamming into his body. Gritting his teeth in pain, Katsuki staggered. The villain had moved so quickly, he hadn't even had time to react. "You really are annoying," Dabi grumbled, another burst of flames hitting Katsuki, forcing him back. Holding his arms protectively in front of his face, he launched another explosion. The villain scoffed and ducked, dashing towards him. Katsuki reached out, grabbing the villain by the collar as he passed. Through the blinding pain, he brought Dabi close and smashed his head into Dabi's, stars filling his vision. "Damn it, that hurt more than I thought it would." Katsuki brought up his other arm, slamming a punch into the villain's disgusting face. "In it, that hurts you fucker," Dabi shouted, kicking Katsuki in the chest and forcing him back. Katsuki growled, holding out his hand and releasing his quirk in the villain's face. Dabi cursed, stepping away from him, and Katsuki grinned. Breathing heavily, he stood taller, ignoring the throbbing pain from his burns. A burst of heat filled the room once more, smoke making Katsuki's head feel cloudy and muddled. Forcing down a cough, he ducked, narrowly avoiding another wave of fire. The flames were closing in now, their light blinding Katsuki and making it impossible to tell where the villain was. A punch connected with his jaw, and Katsuki stepped back, wincing as his leg got too close to the burning fire. A hard kick dug into his ribs, shoving him into the wall. Sheet. He breathed as his burns scraped against the cracked plaster. "Doesn't feel so good to be the one getting burned, does it?" Dabi grinned, looming over Katsuki. He blinked, scowling at the villain. "Where'd that come from? What the F are you talking about?" Katsuki snapped, glaring daggers at him. Dabi scoffed, raising an eyebrow at Katsuki. "You know, it's not very heroic to pick on weaker kids like you did in junior high." Katsuki's frown deepened at the man's words. "Hell, you could even join the league and fit right in with an attitude like that." Dabi chuckled sarcastically. "How the F do you know about that?" Katsuki snarled, locking eyes with the villain. Dabi paused for a moment, hesitating before shrugging. "We've been watching you. I feel bad for that poor green-haired kid." Why the F was the League of Villains watching him? There was no way. He didn't remember sensing anyone around him. He was normally good at that sheet. But how else would Dabi know about Deku? Katsuki froze, eyes widening in realization. They knew about Deku. He couldn't breathe, only able to picture the villains following him and Deku around. They knew about Deku. Deku couldn't handle that. He was a useless crybaby. Just seeing villains on TV had Deku bawling back in elementary. How terrified would he be to know real villains knew about him? Deku was just too weak. Those villains would crush him the moment they got the chance. The thought of those creepy but BS artists knowing about him made Katsuki see red. Throwing out his hand, Katsuki blasted the villain with every drop of sweat he'd accumulated in his gauntlets, rattling the unsteady building's foundation. He poured all his rage and passion into that blow, ready to take down the villain. In one hit. "OIWF a hole!" He roared, glaring at Dabi through the dust. "Stay the F away from Deku, the BSRDS too weak to fight sheet. It'll look bad on me if you guys hurt him." Katsuki scowled. Dabi staggered back, reeling from the force of the explosion. The villain sneered, blue eyes full of disgust. "Ding, you really are a beach. It's a shame I can't kill you." Dabi's scowl turned into a grin. "But that doesn't mean I can't rough you up a bit." Blue flames shot out at Katsuki, enveloping him in a world of pain. Despite the heat of the flames, it felt like sharp, ice-cold claws were stabbing into him. His calf felt like it was being torn apart by the heat, scalding pain radiating out from the area. A scream tore from his throat as he backed away, trying desperately to get out of the fire. Falling to the floor, Katsuki thrashed, frantically trying to quell the fire. Agonizing seconds stretch out until everything bled together in the swirling blue light. That's gotta be enough to shut you up. A gruff voice scoffed, a twisted grin visible between the dancing flames. Tears pooled in Katsuki's eyes as fire leapt at his body, grabbing him in a vice-like grip and dragging him into darkness. Bakugo! Bakugo! Katsuki groaned, his head clouded and foggy. Who the f was calling his name? Yeah. He croaked out, wincing as his throat burned from the effort of talking. Oh, thank God. The voice said again, and Katsuki opened his eyes, squinting at the figure above him. The boy had familiar, spiky red hair, but Katsuki couldn't place who it was. I'm so glad you're okay. It was so manly of you to fight that villain. I'm sure they must have been super powerful if they were able to knock you out. The boy continued. Recognition lit up in Katsuki's mind the second the boy said, manly. Why, it's you, shitty hair. Katsuki rasped, coughing hard as air scraped against his raw lungs. Are you all right? Shitty Hair's eyes widened in concern, his hands reaching out to try and help. I'm fine, a minute. Katsuki growled, waving him off. Laying his palms flat on the ground, Katsuki grit his teeth, his hands aching. He'd really overdone it with that last explosion earlier. Tensing his body, he slowly lifted himself into a sitting position, swallowing down the pain. That stupid burnt-butt villain. Katsuki would have probably been off beating the crap out of some random villains if it hadn't been for him. Now he'd just been passed out here like a loser. The word rang out in Katsuki's mind and he froze. That wasn't how things worked. Katsuki had always been the best at everything. He never lost. Hey, Bakugo, you good? Shitty Hair asked and Katsuki glared. I said I'm fine. He snapped, placing a hand on the wall. He slowly pushed himself into a crouching position, skiing in deep breaths. With his hands still on the wall, he stood, gasping in pain as he put pressure on his left leg. Fiery pain raced up his calf, seeming to burn through his nerves. Damn it, he breathed, forcing his lungs to start working again. Using the wall for support, he hobbled forwards, limping on his burned leg. Hey, that leg looks really bad. Do you want to lean on me? Shitty Hair murmured, voice trembling as he took in Katsuki's injury. I don't need your effing pity. Katsuki growled. He couldn't stand it when people looked down on him. Especially when they looked at him with that stupid concern in their eyes like they thought he couldn't handle shit on his own. Glowering, Katsuki struggled forward, his body trembling with the effort. It's not pity. Shitty Hair frowned, walking beside Katsuki. I just want to help. That's what heroes do. So, the boy held out his hand, face full of worry. Let me help you. Katsuki's gaze was met with warm red eyes, so painfully similar to a pair of kind green eyes Katsuki knew all too well. He still remembered back in elementary, before he'd gotten his quirk, when he'd fallen into the river. Deku had tried to help him, holding out his hand and looking at Katsuki with that same worried look. Just like back then, rage boiled under Katsuki's skin. He didn't need help. He didn't need someone worried about him. He could handle himself. He wasn't a weak loser like Deku was. Right when he was about to bark back at Shitty Hair, he remembered the heartbroken look in Deku's eyes and how he shrank away from Katsuki after trying to help him. Dark sludge filled his battered chest, tight and heavy. The sludge rose up and swallowed the anger, skinning it into its thick, ugly self. While he was distracted, Katsuki stumbled on a rock, losing his hold on the wall. On instinct, he shot out his leg to catch himself, biting his lip to keep back a yell. Pain shot through every nerve in his calf, making his teeth grit together and his body clench. The pain overwhelmed him, stabbing through his brain in sharp pangs. Steady arms wrapped around him, gently taking the weight off his leg. The relief was immediate as the stabs of pain eased into tiny pinpricks. Teach, I told you I didn't need help. Katsuki grumbled, letting Shitty Hair sling his arm over the boy's shoulders. It wouldn't be manly to just let you struggle. Shitty Hair grinned, seeming pleased that he was helping Katsuki. Katsuki leaned on him, slowly moving forward with the boy's help. Glancing at him, Katsuki realized that shitty hair was actually pretty strong. The boy was capable of holding Katsuki up, and he'd also kept up with Katsuki's attack on that mist guy earlier. Maybe he wasn't just some random extra like Katsuki thought. So, what's the plan? Kirishima asked, matching his pace to Katsuki's. Katsuki's gaze hardened, anger bubbling up once more. He'd barely done anything to that mist villain and had lost to Dabi. But now he knew the mist villain's weakness, his body. We're going to the center. We've got a mist guy to finish off. Aizawa POV. Aizawa ducked, punching his attacker in the face. She scowled at him, bringing up a metal arm sharp as a blade. The villain charged at him, jabbing her sword with the skill of an inexperienced street thug. Aizawa activated his quirk, reaching out and twisting her arm, kicking her away. A thud came from behind him and he turned, sighing at the pair of villains trying to jump him. He tripped one with his scarf, jumping to avoid the second's punch. Twisting his body, he hit the pair with a roundhouse kick, sending them flying back. The thugs were making amateur moves, only charging at him with basic attacks. It was painfully easy to fight them, but there were so many. No matter how many he struck down, there were always more. But he could handle it. You couldn't be a hero with just one trick. Dodging another simple attack, he flicked out his scarf and knocked the thug out. He spared a glance at the fountain, narrowing his eyes. In front of it stood 3 villains. The girl, the monstrous one, and the one with the hands. The hand villain had to be the one in charge. Before, he talked about how they wanted all might, speaking for the group like how a leader would. So if Aizawa beat him, then the attack would be called off. After all, when you cut off the snake's head, the body falls with it. The villains had to leave as soon as possible to minimize the students' exposure to them. He essayed in a breath, not even wanting to think about how terrified they'd be to fight so many foes. Swallowing, he shook off the images, squeezing his eyes shut. He had to capture the leader. Punching another thug in the face, he turned to the hand villain, glaring daggers at him. Dashing forward, Aizawa prepared his scarf to attack when a chill ran down his spine. The schoolgirl jumped out from beside Shigaraki, moving with unnatural speed and kicking Aizawa in the gut. Stumbling, he found his footing and turned to the girl, assessing her. She looked young, so painfully young. Why would someone turn to villainy before their life even began? She grinned at him, a twisted expression stretching over her face. Her eyes glinted, full of bloodlust and glee. She giggled and took out a knife, holding it out in front of her. Wow, you're Eraserhead, aren't you? She beamed, bouncing excitedly. Bloodlust oozed off her, full of evil and malice, yet somehow her smile was still so happy, the same happiness his students had when they met All Might. It was unnerving, terrifying, wrong. How could she be so full of malice and warmth at the same time? Illogical. I am and you are? He narrowed his eyes at her, activating his quirk and ignoring the sting behind his eyes. She blinked as a gray slime exploded from her body, the darkness of her hair and the green of her eyes bleeding away with the ooze. Behind the disguise was a bright-eyed girl with blonde hair tied up in crooked space buns. She narrowed her golden eyes at him, grin stretching wider. Oh wow. You erased my quirk just like you did to those other villains. She stepped closer, a twisted smile still plastered on her face. I'm Toga Himiko. I can't believe I'm actually meeting you. She must have used her quirk to hide her appearance. For what? She clearly knew who he was and what his quirk did, so why bother hiding herself if she knew her identity would be revealed? Aizawa frowned and ran towards her, sending a punch to her side. Dodging, she whipped around to face him with that same eerie grin. She held up her knife, trying to stab Aizawa in the stomach. He grabbed her wrist, blocking her, only to feel a stab of pain in his shoulder. Laughing, she grinned as Aizawa grit his teeth. A feint. It was so different from the blind charging of the other villains in the USJ. It was methodical, calculated. Whoever this girl was, she was good. She pulled back, taking the bloodied knife with her. Himiko grinned at the knife, dragging her tongue along it with a sickening smile. He froze, staring as bile rose up in his throat. What would make a kid crave blood like that? That wasn't normal. Who would let a kid get so bad? Someone should have noticed and gotten her therapy to help. That girl couldn't live like that, society would never accept her. Who let this happen? Aizawa jerked, snapping himself out of it. He didn't have time for this. Lifting his capture weapon, he jumped back into action, ignoring the queasiness of his stomach. Himiko jumped away from his scarf and Aizawa took the chance to kick her while she was still in the air. The kick sent her smashing into a wall with a thud. She winced, lifting herself into a fighting stance. You're so good at fighting. I can see why you're Shigekuin's favorite. She beamed and held up her knife, charging at Aizawa once more. He ducked away from the blow, grabbing her wrist to stop her from twisting around. Who's that? He asked, narrowing his eyes at her. Tomura Shigaraki. Himiko giggled, smiling. He's the grouchy guy with the hands. Aizawa frowned, glancing at the villain in the center. So that was his name. She launched a kick at Aizawa's face, forcing him to bring up his scarf and block. Twisting the scarf, he wrapped it around her foot, successfully trapping her. She yelped, wriggling and trying to break free. Aizawa scowled and hit the back of her head with his palm, knocking her out. He swallowed as he stared down at her unconscious form. She was so young, but he couldn't risk her coming in contact with his students. The hand villain dashed towards Aizawa, running with his hand outstretched. Good, he could finally capture the leader and finish this. Aizawa activated his quirk and ran up to the villain, frowning when he heard the man muttering. First 45 seconds, then 36, 30, 27, 17, and then down to 10. The villain murmured, his tone cold and calculating. Aizawa's eyes widened as he struggled to keep his quirk active. Running forward, he bashed Shigaraki's head with his elbow and readied his other arm to do the same when a hand caught it. Aizawa's eyes watered, burning from how long he'd been keeping them open. He blinked and cursed himself for not doing better. He glared at Shigaraki, ready to keep fighting when the man grinned from under the hand on his face. He was right. Shigaraki cackled, red eyes gleaming. It was hard to see when you were jumping around, but I found your tell. It's your hair. Aizawa startled, trying to jerk back, but the villain held on to him. The wound on Aizawa's shoulder screamed as he tried to move, tearing even further. When it drops, it means you've stopped using your quirk. And he was right. Your quirk doesn't let you keep your eyes open forever. Shigaraki continued, grinning as he whispered the secrets of Aizawa's quirk. Aizawa grit his teeth, glaring. Who was this he? You've been having to blink more often, and the space between them has gotten shorter and shorter. Shigaraki laughed, sounding deranged and insane. The man placed an extra finger on Aizawa's elbow, making pressure buzz in the area, almost like it was going to explode. Pain ripped through his elbow, like someone was shredding his skin and tearing it apart piece by piece. Like they were twisting his arm from the inside out, breaking and cracking his muscles as they screamed in agony. Don't push yourself too hard now. You might just fall apart. Wouldn't that be a shame, Eraserhead? Shigaraki grinned, his voice full of such pure malice and hatred that a shiver ran down Aizawa's spine. Through the pain, Aizawa activated his quirk, ignoring the burning of his eyes. He kneed Shigaraki in the stomach and jumped back, holding his arm. What kind of quirk was that? Glancing at his elbow, he grimaced. It wasn't pretty. The skin had peeled away, revealing the raw muscle tissue underneath. Feeling the air shift beside him, he whipped around and kicked a villain in the stomach. He reached for his scarf when pain rattled through his arm. Shigaraki's quirk really did a number on him. He couldn't even move his left arm without staggering. How was he going to manage so many enemies? Don't you think you're a little out of your element? You're best suited for surprise attacks, not fighting head-to-head, Shigaraki sked, scratching his neck. But despite knowing that, you jumped into this fight to put your students at ease. Aizawa tried to make his way back to Shigaraki but had to dodge another charging villain. But look at you. You're still standing. You really are so cool. Oh, by the way here, I am not the final boss. Shigaraki grinned as a shadow fell over Aizawa. And there, right above him, was that purple monstrosity from earlier. My Nomu is. The creature slammed Aizawa's head into the ground, making stars dance in his vision. The force of the blow had snapped his goggles, and they fell, lending no protection whatsoever. Something warm dripped down his forehead, the irony tang of blood filling his senses. There was a faint ringing in his ears, and everything looked slightly unfocused. Sheet. Aizawa struggled, trying to grab his capture weapon when the Nomu slammed its giant fist on his arm. A scream tore from his throat as he felt his bones crack, the crunching sound making him sick. As a hero, he was no stranger to broken bones, but he'd never had them crushed before. Pain raced through every nerve in his arm, screaming at him. He was glad his students weren't here. Shigaraki watched him from afar, gaze narrowed and cold. You can erase people's powers. That's irritating, but it's nothing impressive. In the face of true overwhelming strength, you might as well be a quirkless child. Shigaraki cackled while Aizawa raised his head, erasing Shigaraki's quirk. Shigaraki scowled and the Nomu grabbed Aizawa's other arm in retaliation. It bent his arm backwards until a snap reached his ears. Another wave of agony hit him, a scream tearing from his throat. This thing's breaking my bones like they're twigs. He said in a breath, trying to calm himself. It would do no good if he panicked. But he was terrified. The Nomu released his crushed arm and slammed his head back into the ground. Aizawa choked, coughing out blood. "A minute, this is bad. That Nomu's really strong." Another slam against the floor. "He's as strong as All Might." Glancing up, he saw the air swirl as the warping villain appeared. Wasn't he dealing with 13 and the students? Why would he leave them? Unless he'd already dealt with them? Panic raced through his body, chasing away the numbing pain. His heartbeat pounded in his ears as he struggled against the terrifying strength of the Nomu. He had to get to the kids. They were in trouble. "Did you deal with 13 and the brats?" Shigaraki asked, eyes still trained on Aizawa. 13 has been subdued, but one student managed to exit the facility. The mist villain murmured, his tone calm despite having screwed up. Shigaraki cut himself off, his sentence dissolving into a string of muttering. Aizawa winced as Shigaraki dug his nails into his own flesh, leaving angry red marks. "You absolute idiot." Shigaraki spun to face Kurojairi, eyes murderous beneath his mask. "If you were anyone else, I would have crushed you by now." Shigaraki screeched, skin tearing beneath his hands. "How incompetent can you be?" He spat, glaring at the warp villain. "There's no way we can win if dozens of pros come to stop us." Shigaraki paused in his frantic scratching, sighing and lowering his hands. "It's game over, back to the title screen. Man, and I was looking forward to finishing this today. Let's go home." Aizawa frowned, trying to think through the blinding pain. Why would they be leaving now? They were smart enough to know how to cause a distraction and break into U.A's files. They'd also been able to figure out Aizawa's quirk. Surely they knew U.A would beef up their security after an attack like this. Logically speaking, now would be the best time to finish things. Aizawa frowned, looking at Shigaraki. The man was still throwing what appeared to be a fit over his plans being ruined. Now that he thought about it, Shigaraki looked quite young, in his early 20s at the oldest. And he didn't seem like a person who could come up with these plans. It reminded Aizawa of the countless first years he'd taught, people who knew it was okay to mess up and step back because they had someone stronger to backing them up. But who was helping Shigaraki? "Oh, before we leave, let's make sure the symbol of peace is broken. Let's wreck his pride." Shigaraki twisted and lunged towards the edge of the shipwreck zone, hand outstretched. Aizawa's heart stopped as the world slowed to a halt, horror freezing everything. Because there, right in front of Shigaraki's hand, was one of his students. Aizawa tried to force his quirk into action, eyes burning from the effort. His vision was blurry, and there was a pounding pain rattling around his skull. But he had to save her. Everything kick-started into action and Aizawa's heart caught in his throat. Shigaraki's quirk would kill her, crush her into tiny pieces. A blur of blonde hair dashed through the field, tackling Shigaraki to the ground. Shigaraki struggled, but the figure pinned him down firmly. Blonde, yellow eyes, school uniform. Aizawa frowned. That was Himiko Toga? Why was she getting in her boss's way? "Shigi-kun, she sang cheerfully, keeping Shigaraki trapped beneath her. You promised not to kill anyone, remember? Her smile took on a sharp edge as she pressed a blade to Shigaraki's neck. Izawa narrowed his eyes, trying to see if he'd heard her correctly. Shigaraki had promised not to kill anyone? That was illogical. Both of them oozed bloodlust, yet they didn't want to kill? Shigaraki grumbled. Right, fine. So annoying. Himiko hesitated, as though checking. He was being honest before letting go. Shigaraki lifted himself, muttering enraged nonsense no one could understand. We should leave. He'd be upset if we risked getting hurt. Himiko said, walking towards the mist villain. The warp user's body shifted, expanding until it was large enough to accommodate the villains. The soul-crushing grip on his arms released as the Nomu stepped back, making its way to the portal. Aizawa's body flopped to the floor, his head dropping to the ground with a thud. He didn't care that the impact had sent bursts of pain through his body, or that it had stars dancing behind his eyes. He cared about how desperate those villains were to destroy All Might. Shigaraki tried to kill a student to get to him. They would most certainly be back to finish the job. It would be best to deal with them now. He just needed backup. A loud crash drew the attention of the villains, pausing their escape. Aizawa glanced at the cause of the noise, ignoring the head-splitting pang that came with it. Relief clouded his vision as he saw who it was. Because there, amidst the smoke, was the hulking figure of everyone's childhood. All Might. Worry not, children. Because I am here. All Might announced, but something was wrong. He wasn't smiling.